Sorry, but sorry, I sent you an email. À qui il parle, à moi ou à...
Pardon.
Ouais. Excusez-moi, je vous ai juste envoyé un email tout à l'heure, donc vous le regarderez et vous me répondez avant demain soir. C'est vraiment important pour l'organisation, donc merci. Et vous faites circuler entre vous.
Excusez-moi messieurs dames, on a un tout petit souci, c'est le vidéoprojecteur, alors vous bougez pas parce qu'en fait on va le faire descendre, on va regarder juste un truc. Il est juste au-dessus de vos têtes. Donc si vous pouvez pas... Vous inquiétez pas, il y a un câble, tout va bien. Enfin on sait pas en fait, mais parce qu'on a accroché le câble après, donc normalement ça devrait fonctionner. C'est la lampe qui vient de cramer. Ah bah oui, c'est sûr que ça vient de la lampe. Après, on fait gaffe au câble, on regarde le câble s'il se tend pas. Si je peux même pas l'arrêter. Ah d'accord. Vous pouvez le rallumer? Bien sûr. Ah, c'est bon. On l'a. On laisse votre PC maintenant. On peut applaudir, hein, merci. Et on applaudit Simon qui fait partie de Bel en Bras. Non, excusez-moi.
Attends, il vient bien, il marche.
Donc vas-y, on teste.
Mais le tien, Alexandra, et moi, ça devrait aller le mien.
Ah non. C'est reparti.
C'est pas les animations. On n'avait pas beaucoup. Hein. Il y en a quand même.
C'est pas pour aller. Je sais pas quelle. Ah ouais, c'est beaucoup chaud.
Des fois, ça le...
Il est reparti. Ah non, mais là, ça va. On n'a pas essayé celui-là. En fait, t'as pas fait ça, c'est quoi?
Avec, si ça switch avec Samedi. Le problème, c'est que ça n'a rien changé. Voilà. C'est bon, ça passe.
Alors attends, parce que je sais pas. Il y a les vidéos,
Ouais, il y a les... Super.
les animations.
Ouais.
C'est vrai?
Comment t'as fait mode lecture, du coup?
C'est sûr?
Ouais.
On est bon?
Ouais, mais bon.
À 100%. Le pointeur. Ah oui, ça peut le mettre aussi.
Non, mais non. Faisons ça. On arrête de toucher.
Ouais, c'est bon.
Ouais,
Ok,
je
d'accord.
avec mon doigt.
On va laisser. Bon, ouais.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Ciao.
Okay. I will just give a brief introduction.
Sorry?
Just I will
Yeah,
introduce.
yeah. Okay, thanks.
A very good afternoon to all. We are in the session of the challenge of nanoscopic microscopy. The first author is first speaker is Alexandra Fragola. She will speaking today on structural illumination microscopy for high speed super resolution fluorescence imaging of the living cells. She is assistant professor at the Sorbonne University. I would not take more time because we are already late, so I am giving the desk to her. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, thank you for being here, and sorry for a little technical problem. First, I want to thank the organizer for inviting me. MIFOBIO is a really great conference, and I'm very happy to be here. I'm gonna tell you about structural illumination microscopy for living cells. No, j'ai rien fait. Don't move. Okay, I try. Yeah. No. Oh. Okay. It's a palm film conference. It's blinking. Okay. 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 It's gonna be complicated.
Alors, je sais que tu en as deux.
Ouais, mais l'autre, il est pire.
Ouais, vas-y.
En fait, ça m'aide.
C'est vrai.
So let's switch to the fifth slide. Now you've seen everything. So at the end of MIFOBIO, probably you will know all these little names, and today I'm going to talk talk about SIM microscopy. So before explaining what is structured illumination microscopy, I just wanted to tell you what structured illumination microscopy will allow. So we will address two main problems that we are facing when imaging some biological samples. First, here you can see a classic conventional image obtained in microscopy, in fluorescence microscopy of cells, where you have cannabinoid receptor stained with GFP, and you can see little vesicle going through the cells. And as you can see, the limitations are due both by this background signal, which limits the contrast of the image, and also can limit the resolution. And because of diffraction, as Guillaume Dupuy explained yesterday, we have a special resolution which is limited to about half the wavelength. When imaging, when we take an image of a 3D sample that is labeled in volume, we make the focus on the plane of interest, but instead of only having a nice image of the plane of interest, you will have an image made of the in-focus plane, but also of a background signal coming from all the planes that are out in focus. So you will have an image with a contrast and resolution loss due to this out of focus background. That can be solved with optical sectioning that you can make with structured illumination. But I won't tell you more about this technique because Guillaume already explained it yesterday, talking about halo microscopy. We will address today the limitation in spatial resolution due to diffraction, and also maybe by optical aberration when you are imaging in depth. So here, just to remind you, if you are looking at a perfect point, that is here a test sample, instead of having a point in your image, you will have this kind of image because of diffraction, and it can be. And it can be worse if you have optical aberration, especially when you are imaging deep inside the samples. So because of diffraction, you will lose the details of your sample, and you know that lateral resolution is limited to about half the wavelengths with conventional microscopy. This limitation can be seen in the Fourier space, looking at the optical transfer function of your microscope that can be seen as a low-pass filter. So here you have the spatial frequency that can be observed through a microscope. At the center you have the low spatial frequencies, and here at the border of this cycle, you have the details corresponding to the high spatial frequencies. And all the frequencies that are in the dark here are lost, and the diameter of this cycle defines the spatial resolution of your microscope. So the question is how SIM microscopy So the question is how structured illumination microscopy can enhance the resolution for in vivo imaging. Pour un assistant.
Vous m'accueillez.
Attends, c'est parce que c'est pas. Voilà, reste là. Non, regarde, tu l'es éloigné, ça marche plus. So, sorry. Okay, let's skip. So, structured image microscopy is based on the Moire effect, so let's try to explain that. Okay, let's consider a very simple sample made just of one frequency that is quite high. So you have a structure here that is a detail in your sample. And if you illuminate with a homogeneous illumination, that's what you can see on your camera. Instead of using a homogeneous illumination, you can use a structured illumination, for example, this one, at a defined frequency that you can choose. And if you illuminate this sample with this structured illumination, you can see the Moire effect, and you can see a new structure which frequency corresponds to the difference. Ah oui, quand même.
Tiens-le. C'est un peu pénible pour toi.
Ben oui.
C'était celui-là que tu connais tout à l'heure.
Ouais. T'as pitié, c'est gentil.
C'est pas le poids en fait.
Non, je pense que c'est vraiment le poids, faut juste le maintenir. Voilà.
J'espère que ça va être ça.
Tu veux le pointeur? Je t'ai un pointeur.
J'en ai un là?
Donc tu appuies toucher normalement. Moi après.
Je touche très doucement.
En fait,
Mais je touche pas.
non mais tu veux pas un pointeur?
Bah, en fait, je crois qu'il est détecté pas parce qu'il n'y a pas d'USB direct, tu sais.
Parce que toi, t'avais une barre tout à l'heure, c'est ça?
Non.
Non, pas non. Ah oui,
T'as
c'est
pas
l'autre.
l'adaptateur?
Ben,
pas-
si, celui-là.
Ah
Mais je crois pas qu'il détecte le. Non, mais en fait, quand je parle pas anglais, ça va.
Et du coup, en fait, ça.
Ouais, mais je vais essayer de toucher super doucement.
Ça,
Ah, mais c'est pas grave, c'est pas grave. C'est pas grave. J'ai de l'humour. Okay, so the new structure that can appear depends on the relative frequency, meaning the frequency of your sample and the frequency of your illumination, and the relative orientation between them. So, let's consider this sample that is not real but this sample is made of low spatial frequencies and high spatial frequency that correspond to the details that you want to observe with your microscope. But when you are looking at this sample through your microscope, because it's a low pass filter, you can easily observe with a good contrast the low frequencies, but definitely you lose the high frequencies because it's a low pass filter. So you're losing the details. So this is the same thing as this is another way to say that your microscope is limited in spatial resolution. So instead of illuminating your sample with a homogeneous illumination, you can use a structured illumination. And as you can see, you have, as before, a new structure appearing that corresponds to the difference between the frequencies of your sample and the frequency of your illumination. And what you see on the camera after the microscope, you can always see the low spatial frequency, but here you can see that you have more information because the new structure that corresponds to the difference between the two high frequencies, the one coming from the sample and the one of the illumination, is lower and then can be detected through the microscope. But as you can see, this image does not correspond to the sample, so you have a step of image processing to reveal the sample. So how can you generate the structured illumination? In general, we make interferences of two coherent beams into the sample, so you can generate coherent beams with a phase grating, for example here, where you only keep the +1 and -1 orders. You can also use a special light modulator that is like it's a liquid crystal screen where you can also put a grid on it. It's easier to use a special light modulator because you can easily change the frequency of the grid that you put on it. Then you keep +1 and -1 orders in, and do you. Le blanc. Alors après, je sais pas si ça marche ça, parce que j'ai jamais réussi à faire marcher. Ok, let them. Je vous laisse faire. Et donc, so you keep +1 and -1 orders. You make them interfere inside the sample, and you obtain structured illumination with a nice contrast because it's interferences. And then, as you cannot see right now. You can have a grid inside your sample, and by using SLM, a special light modulator, it's very easy to change the frequency that you are using inside the microscope. So this is an example behind this. This is an example of the homemade sim that we made in the lab. So it's working? Oh, yes. Ok, j'ai pas assez de mains. Merci. Merci Lydia. Okay, cool. Okay, so this is an example of the homemade SIM microscope we made in the lab. So we have a blue laser, and we have here you can see the special light modulator where you put a grid on it, and we choose the frequency of the pattern we want to make inside the sample. The pattern here generates coherent beams that we keep +1 and -1 order, and we make this two beam enter into a commercial microscope, and then we can make them interfere inside the sample to obtain the pattern. Okay. So let's have a look again to this scheme. So here we have the sample, and oui, restez là et tenez le machin, merci. Je vous paierai une bière ce soir. Seulement si vous faites bien, c'est ça, on est d'accord. Ouais. Oui. Il faut réussir, sinon pas de bière. Okay. So if you look at the Fourier transform of your sample, as you cannot see, at the center you have the low spatial frequencies, and at the border you have the high spatial frequency. When you look, okay, don't move. When you look at it through your microscope, with a conventional microscope, you lose the high spatial frequencies, meaning that you lose these frequencies because it's further than the cutoff frequency of your microscope. Then, instead of using a homogeneous illumination, you use structured illumination. In the Fourier space, this structured illumination corresponds to this. So you have the zero order that corresponds to the mean intensity of your illumination, and you have the frequency here linked to the frequency of your pattern. Okay. If you illuminate this sample with this illumination in the Fourier space, this corresponds to the convolution of the spectrum of your sample with the spectrum of your illumination. On your camera, this is the image you can acquire, and the spectrum of this image corresponds to this. So you have the spectrum of your sample obtained with a conventional microscope, and you have here the spectrum corresponding to the convolution of these two spectra. And here, as you can see, the high frequencies that thank you. So the high frequency that we have here correspond to the high frequency that we have in the spectrum here. Yes, here. So as I said before, we have new information here that was non-available at the beginning with conventional microscopy, but it's not at the right place. So as I told you, we need an image processing step to put again this frequency at the right place. So the classical reconstruction for 2D SIM corresponds to acquiring 3 different images with a grid that you are moving into the sample. And by acquiring 3 images with 3 different positions of your grid, you can make combinations of these 3 images to separate different parts of your spectrum and then put them again at the right place. So here we have a resolution that is increased in that direction, but definitely we want a resolution gain that in all the directions. So to do this, we need to rotate the grid so we can have an isotropic resolution enhancement. So in one direction, you need 3 images, 3 positions of the grid. You need to rotate the grid into 3 directions, meaning that for one super resolution image, one enhanced resolution image, you will need 9 images. You can reduce this number to 7 because we have redundancy in these images, and the image that you obtain, the structured illumination image, have a resolution gain of a factor 2. Why a factor 2? Sorry. Maybe I can go back just a little bit to explain. Yeah. Here, as you can see, the highest is the frequency, the highest frequencies of the sample you can have in your image. But you are limited here because the highest frequency you can generate into the sample is also limited by the microscope itself, because the illumination is relied through the objective, so you cannot use an illumination with a frequency that is higher of the frequency cutoff frequency of your microscope. That's why at the maximum you can generate a grid with a frequency corresponding to the radius of this cycle, and that's why the maximum gain is a factor 2 for linear SIM. We checked at the lab that we obtain a gain in spatial resolution corresponding to the theory. So we take our favorite sample made of calibrated beads of 100 nanometers. We measured the size of the beads in the SIM image, and we and we can check that. Here you have the size of the bead with conventional wide field microscopy, and here you have the size of the beads with SIM microscopy, and we have changed the frequency of the grid. As you can see, the highest frequency we use for the structured illumination, the best resolution the higher resolution we can reach. Okay, so the main difficulty is to use a high frequency because of the transfer function of your objective. If you use a structured illumination at high frequency, the contrast of the grid will be lower, and then it's more difficult. So this is the first. So this technique was developed by Mats Gustafsson in 2000, and this article where he demonstrated SIM microscopy on this actin skeleton in HeLa cells, imaging the actin cytoskeleton. and could obtain a resolution of 170 nanometers. So this structural illumination microscopy I just explained, it's the 2D SIM. So you have a gain of spatial resolution in 2D. So, yeah. So as you know, a cell is a 3D sample at this scale. So to get rid of the background signal that I told you, it's a big problem because it generates a contrast loss and also resolution loss. This 2D SIM can be combined to turf illumination, for example, and give very nice results. Ah, je peux toucher pour remettre le film? Je tente. Hein? And it could acquire a movie of this a sim movie of live cells with enhanced resolution in 2D, in lateral resolution. Okay, so let's just, I just wanted to show you a few things that we made in the lab. So when you reconstruct your images, you will, as I said, you need 9 images to have all the satellites and then combine them to have the SIM images with enhanced resolution. If we have a look at this new optical transfer function, the area of this function is less than 4 times the area of the transfer function of a conventional microscope. So theoretically, we should we could have enough information with only 4 images to reconstruct this SIM image. So that's what we did, and it was proposed by François Rieu, who is working in Centrale Supélec in Paris, and he proposed an alternative method to reconstruct the SIM images based on inverse probability formulation. Okay, and so he said that the data that we acquire with a SIM microscope is the super resolution image of your sample that is illuminated with your structured illumination. You look at the sample illuminated with the grid with your microscope, and it corresponds to a convolution with the point spectrum function of your microscope. And then it took into account background, because it's a 3D sample, to be able to combine SIM microscopy to optical sectioning. And then we compare this scheme to the data. So these are the acquired data that we have on our camera. We know that we look at the sample through the microscope, with which is illuminated with this modulation, and this is the super resolution image that we are looking at. And this is the background that we take into account to combine optical sectioning. And this is working. So we can have resolution enhancement on beads of 100 nanometers, and as you can see, we have it's confirmed by the spectrum of the image that we obtain. So we clearly see that we have a better resolution here than here. And we compare this approach by acquiring 9 images or 4 images, and definitely we have the same results only with 4 images, confirming that with only 4 images we have enough information to reconstruct a SIM image with a gain in spatial resolution. So we made this comparison on living cells with receptors stained with GSP, and as we only need 4 images instead of 9, we can go faster, and this is one obvious interest for live cell imaging. Merci. Okay, so okay. okay, this is the comparison between 9 and 9 images sim and 4 images sim, and then we confirm that we obtain similar results. We also made this in the Drosophila, where we combine optical sectioning and sim microscopy to be able to enhance the resolution and contrast. This is confirmed on this profile here. Here you see that the contrast is better because we have optical sectioning, and sim image allows to have a gain in spatial resolution in 2D. We also made it in C. elegans, which was alive, and it showed that it can be mandatory to combine 2D sim with optical sectioning. Otherwise, here it's sim alone, and here you have an image obtained with 2D sim combined to optical sectioning, and as you can see, the gain in resolution can be lost because of the high background signal. And here, as you can see, this is confirmed on this profile, where you have the gain in resolution that can only be seen when we use the optical sectioning. Merci. We also made it on the mitochondria. Yeah, thank you. So here in living cells also, our colleagues in Sorbonne University are interested in counting observing the structure inside the mitochondria. So as you can see here in classical wide field microscopy, it's not possible to see the cristae inside the mitochondria, and here in sim microscopy we definitely have resolution gain to be able to observe them, and they could make observation in live cell to study the dynamic of this structure. Okay, and this is possible. And as we acquire the 4 images, the 4 images necessary to reconstruct the sim image, but the advantage of this approach is that the order of acquiring is not important. You only need to have the 4 different images, but we can recombine them in an order that can be different, and that's why you can reach a very high rate movie just by reconstructing the different data with a sliding sliding window. Comme ça, on respire. Okay. So here again, so this is a HEK cell where we observe the dynamic of the cannabinoid receptor stained with GFP. This is the classical wide field image obtained in classical microscopy, and this is the sim image, where we can see that optical sectioning is very efficient because we definitely remove the background signal, and we also have a gain in spatial resolution. And this is a movie where you can see here it's moving, but because of the poor resolution, it's hard to see the movement, and it's better here in the sim movie. And if we have a look on this area, if we make a zoom, we can see here the resolution, the gain in resolution that is real. For example, these 2 vesicles can be compared to images obtained in electronic microscopy, where we stain the same receptor with gold nanoparticle that appear in black here, and confirm that the signal is definitely at the membrane of the vesicle. So it's not an artifact. Okay, one more movie where we have, in green it's the classical signal, and in red the sim image, but I think you have it now. Okay, so this is the 2D sim. So you have a resolution gain in 2D, in X and Y, but what about 3D sim? Can we also have a resolution gain in the axial direction, in the Z direction? And the answer is yes. To do this, you need, instead of using the two orders, the +1 and -1 of your laser, you keep the 0 order, and then instead of having structured illumination only in 2D, you have an illumination that is structured in 3D inside the sample, and by similar acquisition and reconstruction, you can have a 3D. This is the spectrum. Sorry, this is the spectrum of your microscope. This is the optical optical transfer function, and with 3D sim, you can have a resolution enhancement in all the directions. But as you can see, so here you have the conventional microscope. If you use 2 illumination beams in just one direction, as we saw before, it's 2D sim, so you have enhancement in one direction, and by rotating the grid, you can have a resolution gain in the all direction in 2D. But if you use 3 beam instead of 2, you can also have resolution gain in this direction, and by rotating the grid, you can have a gain that is isotropic. But the price to pay is that you need 15 images to be acquired instead of 9. So this was demonstrated again in cells by the team of Mats Gustafsson, and he could obtain these very nice images where he obtained a resolution gain in the 3 direction. This is so this can be realized with a commercial sim that is commercialized by Nikon. That we could try in a practical training in Orsay with Sandrine. So maybe there will be a session next year, if you want to come and maybe try it. It's a message to Nikon. We can try it again next session. It should be great. Here in MIFOBIO we also have the lattice sim. There are many workshops. I think you have already seen that you can go and see many workshops. So sorry, I don't know the room where it is, but I'm sure you will find it. So that's it. Okay. So now, what about reaching a higher resolution with SIM? Is it possible to have a higher gain than 2? So the answer is yes. So if we have a resolution gain that is higher than 2, that corresponds in the Fourier space to here to this scheme. Sorry, j'arrive plus à suivre. So, as I told you, in linear sim, the limit of the frequency of the grid you can use is the frequency of the grid at illumination is limited by the resolution of your microscope. So you cannot generate directly a grid with a frequency that is higher than the cutoff frequency of your objective. That corresponds to the radius of this cycle. And that's why we cannot have, with linear sim, a resolution gain that is better than 2. So the idea is to use saturation of fluorescence to obtain higher harmonics of the grid, and instead of having a sine pattern, which corresponds to one frequency in your sample, if you saturate the fluorescence, you won't have a sine pattern, but a saturated profile, and when you saturate this profile, you will generate higher frequencies in your sample. So if you saturate the illumination, you obtain harmonics in your sample, and by the same effect, the same moire effect, you will obtain a higher resolution gain in 2D. So the price to pay is also that you will have to increase the number of orientation that you need to obtain an isotropic resolution gain in your image. So if you are using many harmonics, if you, for example, here for 3 harmonic orders, you will need 12 orientations. So 9 images per orientation and 12 orientations. So in non-linear sim, you can reach, in theory, a very, very high resolution that is only limited by by your sample and by the signal-to-noise ratio in your images. So you need a high energy density, and you will need a quite huge number of images, but you can reach very, very high resolution. So this was demonstrated again by Mats Gustafsson in 2005 on test samples that are fluorescent beads that could support this very high energy density. But the energy density that was used here was definitely not compatible with live cells. So the nice idea was to use nonlinear sim with a photo-switchable protein, and it was first demonstrated in 2012 on fixed cells here. And as you can see, so this is an image obtained with a conventional microscope, and this is a sim image combined with turf, because it's only 2D sim, but it's non-linear 2D sim. And here they can obtain 50 nanometers resolution in 2D. And then Eric Betzik, as you probably know, could made non-linear sim in live cell imaging. Ça va être bientôt fini. And okay, so by using photoactivable probes and using 2 harmonics corresponding to 25 raw images to obtain only 1 sim image, he could obtain sim images with a resolution down to 62 nanometers. So again, a few results. So here, he could, so 2 harmonics correspond to 25 raw images per sim image, and with 3 harmonics, it corresponds to near 50 raw images to obtain only one sim image. But you can reach very good resolution down to 45 nanometers. Okay, so the price to pay is obviously a high number of images. But it's still wide field imaging, so you can go pretty fast and have a wide field if you have enough laser that is powerful enough. So what are the recent developments in SIM and the future? I invite you to have a look at this nice review. Where am I? So recently, non-linear SIM. Okay, so people are going on developing non-linear SIM for live cell imaging. We also have people here that are combining structured elimination with SMLM techniques, and I invite you to go and see the poster of Abigail. Ouais, merci. Where she combines structured elimination for single molecule localization microscopy. So it's poster number 82. So please go and have all the details with Abigail and probably with Sandrine, which is giving the next talk. SIM can also be combined with other microscopy techniques, for example, with two-photon microscopy, SAF, or light sheet microscopy, but also with multifocal microscopy. And here, this is a nice example of multifocus SIM for a fast volumetric super resolution imaging, and it was made by Sarah Abramson, and she's giving a talk on Sunday. It's seminar number 4, so you can have all the details with Sarah on Sunday. And with just one acquisition on the camera, she can divide the camera into 9 images, and each image corresponds to a different focus, and each image corresponds to one 2D SIM image, and she can then, in only one shot, reconstruct a volume with a resolution gain of a factor 2. SIM image can also be combined with a light sheet microscopy, and this is a nice demonstration in a Stelzer group, where they are using 2 counter-propagating beams, and by using scanning mirror, they can change the orientation of the 2 beams to have the different orientation of the grid, and they can reconstruct volume with here of endoplasmic reticulum in yeast. And as you can see, we have enhancement in resolution in the lateral direction, and you have a classical, well, let's say you have the, in the Z direction, here in the Z direction you have the classical resolution of light sheet microscopy, but in the other direction you clearly have the SIM enhancement. No, je touche pas. Okay, SIM can also be combined to adaptive optics, because the main challenge in SIM microscopy is to have a nice contrast of your grid inside the sample. So when imaging deep inside the sample, because of the inhomogeneity of the refraction index of your sample, you will have optical aberration that will generate a loss of the contrast, a decrease of the contrast of the grid. So by using adaptive optics, you can you can make SIM even in deep sample, and that was made by Peter Kner. And here you have, so he could observe beads inside a C. elegans. So this is a dick image of your C. elegans, and this is the classical image of the beads inside the C. elegans with adaptive optics. And here he combines adaptive optic and SIM, where clearly you have a gain in resolution, but also in signals thanks to adaptive optics. And also we have recently nice development of smaller and most cost-efficient SIM setup. For example, with the use of a photonic chip, and instead of having 2 beams interfering inside the sample, you can use a chip where you can put your sample on it and generate easily the excitation pattern, and then you can just put it on your microscope, on your classical microscope, and acquire easily the raw images to reconstruct a SIM image. And this is the result, where you can see the gain in resolution. And we have also this nice SIM, 2D SIM setup using UC2, made by Rainer Heinzmann, who is here. So probably he will show you, he will show it in details. I think there is a workshop on it, and he demonstrated that he can also have a gain in resolution. So you can go and see him for more details. So I hope you are convinced by that structured illumination microscopy in 2D with optical sectioning or 3D SIM is definitely efficient to enhance the spatial resolution. It's compatible with dynamic imaging in living sample because it doesn't require any specific product for linear SIM, so it's easy to use SIM with the samples you already have in your lab. It requires, for the linear SIM, it only requires a low excitation intensity. That's what is easy to use for live imaging. And as it's a wide field technique, you can have a large field of view. You can also use non-linear SIM for live super resolution imaging, even if it's a bit more complicated. And SIM can be combined with other imaging modalities. I just want to thank my collaborators because I presented results I obtained with these people, so thanks to them. Okay. And just to finish. Just to finish, if you want to know to learn more about adaptive optics, please you can come to poster 81 and meet Sophia Imperato, who is developing adaptive optics for 2-photon microscopy for neuroimaging. We also have a workshop on adaptive optics, so don't hesitate to come. We will explain everything about the wavefront and how to correct it when imaging deep inside a sample. And we also have a round table on Sunday about how to choose a light sheet microscope for gentle live imaging. And I thank you for your patience and attention.
Thank you, Alexandra, for your nice presentation. Now you can ask the questions.
I have a question about live. I have a question about live imaging, and my question is how movement in the cell interfere with resolution.
As you're combining, to obtain one SIM image, you have to combine at least 4 images, up to 9 images, or 15, depending on if you're making 2D SIM or 3D SIM. So obviously, if your sample is moving between these imaging, it will generate artifacts inside the reconstruction. So you have to find a compromise between the signal in your image and the temporal resolution you need to avoid this artifact.
And how much does it interfere?
If it's moving during the 9 images you have to combine to obtain the SIM image, you have to compare the movement, the displacement, with the size of the fringes inside the sample.
Okay.
So if the movement is smaller than the pattern, it won't be a big problem.
Okay. Thank you.
So lucky.
Any more questions?
Alexandra, hi. So, thank you for the nice talk. You presented optical ways to produce the fringes, but I know you can also use a physical grid.
You're right, definitely you're right. You can generate the grid by using a physical grid, of course. The problem with the physical grid that it's more complicated to have a high contrast of the image of the physical grid inside the sample. And as the SIM performance is really related to the contrast of the grid inside the sample, can be, the result can be impacted by this. But that's why in general, we prefer to use beams to make them interfere inside the sample.
Just it's detailed, but you presented a movie in turf sim with was it microtubers? Or
No,
because in turf you image only the basal
no, I think it was actin. Sorry?
actin?
I think. Let's check. But I think it was
Thank you.
actin. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now our second speaker is Sandrine Levenfort. She is director at the Institute of the Science and Molecular, the OSI, and she is recipient of many prestigious prizes. But we are out of the time, so I will not take more time, and I will allow her to present. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the fast introduction and efficient. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm very pleased to be giving a talk. I think the only talk I gave in MIFOBIO was in the very first one in 2004. So let's go into what I will present today. So I will give an introduction lecture on how to obtain 3D single molecule localization microscopy. And as Guillaume showed you yesterday, so basically the main problem is that so far we were limited by the diffraction, so it means that typically even with high NA objectives, it was not possible to resolve with your point spread function that is typically 220 in the lateral direction and around 600 in the axial direction, so it wasn't possible to distinguish two different molecules, so that's why with all the appearance of super-resolution microscopy, we are now able to gain at least a factor between 10 and 20 and be able to resolve this kind of structure. So the outline of this talk would be to remind you how works single molecule localization microscopy and how we move from 2D to 3D with a review of the main strategy. We try to highlight the workshop that are around, and you can go and benefit and try here. And then I will also introduce a new strategy for the localization that is also part of the workshop and something we are developing in the lab. So if we only have a single dye, and we observe it, even if it's like distorted and enlarged due to the diffraction limit, and you will observe this point spread function in your final image, we could still we are able still to find very precisely where is the center of the emitters, because we can still measure the signals on the camera and apply. So at the very beginning, we were all applying Gaussian model. Now there are more complex models like Cisplan, but Jonas will talk about it later on. And then by applying this model, you can find the center of emission with a given accuracy and precision. And here the precision is defined here, so we all mainly know that it depends on the size of your post-phase function and the square root of the number of photons, but this is in fact a more complex formula where in fact you don't not only need to have a high number of photons, but this term represents also the background. So if you have a high background, it will also impact the localization precision you could get. So that's why I will also show you how we want to reduce the background to also benefit of a very good precision. So all these techniques were around for a while, even from the 80s, because people knew how to track single molecules, because there were strategies where they did have only one molecule in the field of view. So all these single particle tracking were around for a while. And so the main problem was how to apply it to these densely labeled samples, where here we have a large number of molecules. So in fact, if you want to use these techniques that were developed for tracking and apply them to obtain structure and image structures, then we needed to have a complementary strategy. And that's what was developed with all these different strategies that Dominique and Guillaume talked about it. So we needed some ways to force the molecule not to emit all at the same time. So either using fluorescence protein that you will force to photo convert or photo switch, or either using organic dyes that you will push towards dark states in order to not emit all at the same time. Or you can also use a molecule that with paint that will either only be on and emit where it will be in a specific domain of your membrane, for example. Or you could have DNA paints where you when the imager will bind to the complementary imager here, you will observe some emission. So you have all these different strategies that you will choose one or the other depending on your application. They all have a different number of photons. For example, storm here is more efficient because you are relying on organic dyes. But PALMs can be used more easily because you can have cell lines with, that are already stable with the protein you want in photoactivation. So that's something always you have to think about it. What would be the best option for you to use, which strategy you will use to have the single molecule regime. So when you've decided to go for once, so you start from this. So this is here tubulin label with Alexa 647. So you have this kind of imaging that is diffraction limited. And then if you use the specific buffer and then you apply an excitation, you will then force all the molecules to emit one by one. So it means that here you will be able then, by implying this time to space strategy, be able to localize the molecule in each frame, and you apply this localization precision here, so we'll be able to find the position of each molecule with a precision that will be typically around 5 to 10 nanometers, and you will need a large number of images because you only see a subset in each one, so that's why you have depending on your structures, you will need from 5 to even 100 and sometimes 100,000 and even sometimes even more images. So then you will get a final 2D image that you can, on most setups now, observe in live, and you can reprocess after that. So we want to reduce, to have a good localization, we want to reduce the background. So most of the time you don't want to excite in wide field where you will have, you focus in the back focal plane here and you will excite the whole volume, which if you look here on the microtubule level with Alexa 647, it's not blinking yet, but you will see that you have a very strong background, so that will impact the localization precision. So you want at least to use this highly inclined, so it's called ILO, but it's not the ILO from Geromet, so it's a different technique, so it's kind of a bad, either bad turf or bad light sheet, up to you, but which produce an inclined excitation that already is very efficient to remove a part of the background and also increase also the excitation power. And then, of course, what you know also is that turf is highly used because then you increase also the confinement and you have a penetration depth that will be reduced, and you typically can have a penetration depth that will be around, sorry, it's not right, so around 150. So that's why on most of the setups, to perform single molecule localization microscopy, you will be able to change between all this angle position and to apply this optical sectioning. So if you want to go further into your samples, you might want to apply different light sheets. So here, I recommend to read this review from the groups here of Professor Morner, when they review all the different light sheet configuration. And here you can also go and see, for example, there is the SOS beam. Either if this year it's not applied for single molecule, you can go and discuss with Rémi, and you can show how the SOS beam is working. So this will allow you to reduce the background much deeper within the samples. So if we sum up, the typical single molecule setup would look like this. So you have continuous laser that you will enlarge, and then you will have a system as a stage or mirrors that will allow you to play and position the focus of your beam here in the back focal planes to move from AP fluorescence to ILO to turf excitation. Then you will collect with a camera that could be either MCCD or CMOS, depending on the system you have. So what is really important is most of the time, so you need to control the beam position. You also want, for example, to introduce a way to control and get a uniform excitation with either optical element or make it actively. So for example, if you come to a workshop, you will see we can generate a uniform excitation thanks to a galvanometric system. You most of the time have a high NA objective in order to be able to benefit of the high NA and a good collection. And then also you have this silicon objective if you want to go deeper. So what is also important is to have a focus maintaining system, because these acquisitions are long and you want to avoid all the, as possible, all the axial drift. So I won't really have time to cover that, but it's worth having in mind that you will have also to adapt your sample preparation to a benefit of what a single molecule can offer you. You have to think about how do you have to adapt the fixation, the fluorescent density. We've seen with the Dominique that the better the dye, the better will be also the localization. And also you have to think about the linker size, because you are localizing the dye, which can be attached with primary, secondary. So if you want to use a smaller construction, it's better, because then you have a less, otherwise you enlarge your structure. And then you need also some software strategy to correct the drift, the resistance, but then we have a very open community, and there's a lot of option with a lot of plugin and software, and even all the constructors have a very nice suite most of the time to integrate all this that are also important to get a final good resolution image. So once you have all that in place, you can get this kind of images. So this is again tubulin with Alexa 647 in Storm. So this is a classical 2D image, and this is the super resolved image, so there's the benefit of the localization process is really clear. So when we are doing that, in fact, this localization process, it's only a 2D information that we extract, and of course, all of our samples are 3D by nature. And the problem is that if we do a Z stack on a bit, for example, and we move up and down, around the focus, then the PSF is most of the time fairly symmetric, or there's a very little dissymmetry to take advantage about it. So it means that we won't be able to know where it is along the Z direction. So that's why there have been very quickly, after the development of this single molecule strategy, some new way to find a solution to extract the Z information. So here you need to break the symmetry. And the very first thing that was proposed is for once to introduce aberration. So by introducing an astigmatic lens, you see that the roundish PSF will then now be elongated in one direction when you are below the focus and the other direction when you're going above. You can also think of using, for example, biplane techniques. When you see, you can use two cameras or just one camera, and you have two paths. When you introduce on purpose, and it's very well calibrated, the difference of focus that you know, and by knowing this difference of focus, here you see that this one is focused here and this one here, you will be able also to extract the Z information. And then you also have the double helix here. When you see, you split in two, and then they are turning around like this. It's only a small example of what you can get into the family of point spread function engineering. So you have much complicated ways to engineer the point spread function. One thing you have to bear in mind is that all of these techniques have a different capacity to extend the capture range, the Z capture range. So that's something that is also interesting, is that by adding this phase mask or even the cylindrical lens, you also extend the axial capture range. So this is something that is interesting. But you see here also you have to bear in mind that the very complicated one also have a very enlarged they have a huge extension, so they will impact also the density of the molecule you look at. So most of the time, the very large ones are more used for tracking rather than for imaging. And then also, if something that is important, you want to look also at the Kramer lower band, which will tell you how good could be this method. and you want to look for the actual, here it's for the lateral direction and for the axial direction. And you see that they're not flat at all, so they will have an optimal precision close to the focus, and then both for the lateral and for the axial will vary. And of course, you want to be the more uniform possible. So, for example, here it will be more the tetrapod or the double helix. You see are much better, for example, like the astigmatism. That's something also that could be important. So, as astigmatism was the first use and still used quite oftenly, I will just quickly review how you then use this technique. So you end up by having this kind of imaging within the field of view that you can see you have the different shape and different position that reveal that the molecules are within the field of view at different position. And then you need to convert all this position into a 3D, because here 2D, you need the 3D information. So it means that you will need a calibration step here to know to which distance in Z correspond these shapes, and translate all this shape into a Z information to get this kind of images. So basically, most of the group are using this kind of strategy. So you place nanobits on the cover slip and you do a Z stack. So that's why you can show here. And you see, depending on the Z, you see that the shape of the point rate function is changing. So it means that you just need a piezo for your Z just for that, and then you don't use it. So it can be a bit expensive just to do this calibration. And then you see also you can have, what you can see, you have also some spherical aberration that are appearing. So that's why we develop also in the group another strategy where in fact you can use some sphere where you know the radius of the sphere. You can label with the dye you will use in your experiments and use the very same buffer also. And in fact, what you will have is you don't need to move anything, and depending on where the dye will be located on the sphere, they will appear in a different radius in your image. And then you will compare, you just need to compare, and depending, as you know the radius, you can see for this position, it is this 8, and you get like this directly your calibration without any movement of your, you don't need a piezo. In fact, what is also interesting, it's more close to what you truly have in the samples, because when you will image in 3D, you will have indeed molecules at different 8, and then you, in fact, describe more precisely what is truly your PSF in 3D that when you are moving here around your cover slip. If you compare the two calibrations, so here you get this kind of, you compare the different enlargement in the X and Y for the two different strategies, beads on the cover slip or the sphere. And you can see that if you compare the two, you can have a very huge difference in the last two 400 nanometers. You can have difference that can be more than 200 axial error positioning, depending on the way you're doing the calibration. And then it's worth just looking at a sample. So this sample was imaged with Karine Monnier, so you can go and see a workshop. So here it was on one of her samples on centrosome, and you see that it should be really roundish. So if you look with the sphere calibration, you see that we do have the same size for the 8 and for the width. And here with the bead calibration, you see that we have a distortion for the 8. So this is one point. So be sure to truly calibrate your astigmatic strategy properly, otherwise you will introduce some bias for the reconstruction. Okay, so now it's time to move also to some other strategy. Even if they are not that common present, they are so far the best techniques. So the interferometric one, when in fact here you have two objectives that are facing each other, and in fact here you rely on the interference of a single emitter. So I don't know if you have in mind what is the coherence length of a single emitter. It's like from 5 to 10 microns. So it means you need to construct this double objective microscope with a precision of 5 to 10 microns. Okay, so it's a bit not so easy to achieve. So then you observe the produced interference. So depending on the groups, there have been some new development where instead of 3 channels, you have 4 channels, and then there's a different nickname for the techniques. So it's really very nice precision, but as you suppose here, it's a very high complexity. But anyway, it produces very, very nice images. So, for example, here you can see the different, the top and the bottom part of the lamellipodia, for example. Okay. Last but not least, there's also the technique developed by Pierre Bombe. I think, Pierre, you didn't bring it this year, where you introduce diffraction grating here, and then this will allow you to translate the wavefront curvature into an actual information, and then here it's auto-reference. So here you can get also some actual information that will have this kind of, this is a Kramer-Rao, so you see as the other technique it's not fairly flat, but this can go in depth, and the main limitation is you need to sample well the structure that you impact on your point spread function. So now we'll move to the last technique that has been developed in the group of Jonas Ries and in my group exactly at the same times, which in fact relies on the fact that you can directly use an information coming from the fluorophore. So in fact, it's there in your samples and it's there for free. So let's try to use it. In fact, if you look at the fluorescents that are embedded within your biological samples, if the molecules is far away from the cover slip, from the interface here, so more than 600 nanometers, let's say, when you collect the fluorescence and you look in your back focal plane, here you will see the fluorescence only within the critical area, so that's why we call it under critical fluorescence. But here, in fact, we are, when the fluorophore is close to the interface or directly on it, in fact, there's a near field always that surrounds the molecule that usually it's not taken into account until needing a snob microscope, which is not very convenient to do fluorescence. But here, in this very specific case, because you have a difference of index here between the cover slip and your medium, this near field that is evanescent can become propagative and appear above the critical angle. So now, if you look in the back focal plane here, you will see this supplementary ring of emission. And what is interesting is that this can represent half of the photons that you can collect on your camera. So it's a huge number of photons, which furthermore tell you how far you are from the interface, because if the molecule is getting further away from the interface, then it will become more difficult for the near field to become propagative, and you will have less and less supercritical angle. So this is the only techniques that can tell you how far you are from the interface in an absolute manner. So really extracting an elevation regarding the cover slip, so it means that it will be completely insensible if you have drift then within your microscope. Here you only measure the elevation regarding the cover slip, and this makes a system that is more accurate to do this kind of Z measurement. In fact, as Guillaume showed you yesterday, if we were able to attach a single dies on a FM tips, for example, and move it up and down regarding the interface of your cover slip, you will see that exactly. See this supplementary ring of emission appearing, and then that will then give you how far you are from the interface. And so this signal really decay exponentially. So if you come to the workshop, we could find sometimes to show you this back focal plane and how it looks like, because it's really interesting to see. So in fact, then you end up with this kind of image. So you have, it's a true image of the back focal plane here. And then, even if today I will cover only how you can use it for single molecule localization microscopy, it's worth knowing that it can be compatible with any microscope configuration, either in wide field or confocal or stead, because it just impacts the way you want to detect your photons, so you can think of coupling with any other techniques. So when you see this kind of image and you say, okay, I just want to extract the information from the supercritical that is located here, the first thing you think of is, let's block this part. Okay, if you do that, in fact, if you block the inner part here of your back focal plane, what you get here, if you get the point spread function, so it's in black here, you see that you have a point spread function compared to the classical one here in gray that is nearly twice bigger. So it impacts a lot the resolution. So anyway, even if, so we didn't go for this at the first time, but very recently Jonas managed to even, if this enlarge the point spread function, he developed a system where he introduced here a small mirror and a small elliptical mirror that will, in fact, send the center in one detection channel and send the rest on another one. So I think he developed this with Renner also. And then they managed to isolate the two like this. So historically, we didn't go for this option because we saw that it would be very difficult to retrieve a good precision because it doubled the point spread function, and we see that it's also not good for the precision. And our two groups went to a more indirect strategy that we call a virtual SAF. And here, this was developed during the PhD of Nicolas that decided to call the technique Donald. And so it was just before the election of Donald Trump. So then we've been a lot in troubles during conference. So I think you were more lucky, Jonas, by calling Salle less impacted because we still regret a bit, I think. And so here, you see the basic setup is just the same. You just have a turf-like microscope, and we just change the detection. So you will be able to see the system during the workshop. So in fact, we create a dual beam, a dual pass system where we have an imaging pass here that is detecting in the first arm, and here you block the supercritical in the other arm. So in fact, what we are doing then is we are comparing the number of photons in the two channels here. So in one channel, we have all the components, the undercritical and the supercritical. In the second one, we only have the undercritical, and then by comparing, you see that you get the number of photons in the undercritical. And by doing this comparison, we directly have the elevation of the molecule. So in our hands, with this, the system we develop in the lab, and are developed now by the company, you just need once to know what is the balance between the two imaging arms, and then we don't need any calibration, in fact. And then we, of course, check that we can directly extract this comparison of photons to assign an absolute Z position, and that's why we plotted here. So we compare with another technique, and you see that we do get exactly the expected position here, and that depending on the position of the nanobits here, we do have an exponential decay for the SAF ratio. So then it means that we can use this SAF ratio to obtain 3D image. So here on microtubules, so you have the classical diffraction limited image, the 2D, and then the 3D image now is color-coded, where the color-coded is the SAF ratio, and you can look here which microtubule are on the top and which are on the bottom very clearly. So but the precision you can get with this kind of techniques is very good, close to the cover slip, so in the first 300 nanometers, so you are around 15 nanometers, and then because it's coming from an evanescent wave, then the precision will decrease when you're going further to the cover slips. So I just want to highlight two applications we develop with these techniques. So once in collaboration with the group of Grégory Gianom and Olivier Rossier on focal adhesions, where we were able then to, for example, probe the height of the paxillin or the kinlin, and you can see that we can probe very tiny difference between the mean zen position of the two proteins. And we also develop in collaboration with Renaud Poinclou here on podosomes, another adhesion structure. We were able to probe the different 3D position of the tallinn, paxillin, and vinculin. And then this is, for example, a radial representation of the for the actin, which is the 3D coded in color here, and here the tallinn, the vinculin, and paxillin. And why I highlight this application is because they all started in MIFOBIO, in fact. So here, this one started in MIFOBIO 2014. This one in 2016, and I think it was like midnight, I think, for this one, Olivier, right? You end up in a workshop, and it finished quite late, and then it's been published this year. So that's why we like to come with our homemade setups in MIFOBIO, even if we can sometimes be trapped in Lyon because the car failed. So of course, not all the applications are adhesion, right? So you might want to go a bit deeper within your sample. So then we started to wonder how to do that. So that's why we addressed during the PhD of Clément, that is also here in MIFOBIO. And then we decided to combine two different astigmatism information. So keep the Donald and introduce a combination with astigmatism. And in fact, the idea was to get the best of both worlds because we want to have an extended capture range with the astigmatism and then keep the absolute positioning of Donald. And then that was a super good equation to change the name to Daisy. Okay. So my PhD students are very good at getting acronyms. One very nice thing also, because you remember we have this dual imaging pass, is we can push a little bit further astigmatism because usually the problem with astigmatism, if you distort the point spread function, it will also impact the lateral precision. This is what is represented here. For example, here it's an image where you don't have astigmatism, but here you introduce a strong astigmatism, and you see that the lateral precision will also be decreased because it's getting more difficult to analyze the position even in lateral. So here, because we have a two-channel strategy, we can also push the astigmatism and increase the actual precision. So then the setup is nearly the same. Here we still have the objectives here, the dual view setup here, and the two imaging paths with the mask that block the supercritical. And then here, you see we introduce a cylindrical lens that do have a very, you see, the very, very strong astigmatism. And now we are processing the data in two ways. So we still compare the number of photons in the two channels to get the SAF information. And then you see that we process, depending on the different, you clearly see the different shape here of the astigmatism, then we get also the astigmatic information. And then in fact what is interesting is that for all the molecules here that are in the first, let's say 500 nanometer, they will have a SAF information here, but the ones that are further away won't have. But then there's always this common regime here when you have molecules that will have both information, SAF information and astigmatic information. So it means that even molecules that are further away here will be in fact auto-referenced by the one that have a SAF and an astigmatism. So it means that you will extend the capture range, but also remove the drift that you could get within your experiment. So let's see if it works. So you have here the same image when we have some actin network label with phalloidin Alexa 647. So here this is again the 3D color image, so only here with the Donald in SAF. And if you combine with astigmatism in Daisy, you see that all this sub-network here in the blue part here that were not captured before are clearly present in the image. So you can look also in the histogram, you see that we increase the number of molecules that we can capture in depth. So we do have the expected role of extending the capture range by applying the astigmatism. What is also important is that if you look also on the macrotubule here, and you look at what is the position during the acquisition here, you see that if you only have astigmatism, you see that along the acquisition you have some drift here that can be more than 100 nanometers. And if you combine here with Daisy, because you have the supercritical, you don't have this drift. So here, I mean, it means here that you would need then to apply a dedicated correction around the Z direction, so a kind of RCC in this direction, which is not needed here because you directly have the SAF and you're not suffering for the drift. So then you can use this system to get a 3D image for multiple targets. So here, for example, it's a combination of, for the actin, it's Alexa 647, and here for tubulin, it was a label in pen. So this is color-coded for 3D in two different colors. So that was a kind of a tricky also to find the proper colorblind 3D because we have 2 colorblind within the group. So it was not so easy to find which one was compatible with the 2. And then you can get and combine these 2 images for these 2 targets to get this 3D image into for these two proteins. And of course, it's worth reminding what was the initial diffraction limited image before we're doing the localization, which of course you can see that we couldn't really see at all the sum network of the actin. Some example of on biological application. So here on E. coli in collaboration with Boris Vosey. So here introduce a click chemistry which label the membrane. So here it's a 2D image. So here it's a projection in 3D. And what is interesting here, if you do a radial cut, you can see that now we do have the extension to see the whole volume of the bacteria. And here we label with the sugar with 2 different colors, and you see they're really well collocated, so there is no chromatic aberration. And if you look at the size of the membrane here, you see that they are slightly enlarged here because the precision is a bit lower, but it's not a huge enlargement, so we do have a precision that stays quite still. And then also an application that we developed with Christophe Leterrier that is also present here today. And here it was a sample where we have adenosine and beta-2 spectrum in axons, so he will show, I think, some images during his workshop, I think it's tonight or tomorrow. And then here we have a 2 color when we clearly see the different rings here. And if we do here, we can really set a profile and see the alternance of the 2 different proteins. And if we do a projection here along this direction, we see that clearly that it's forming a tube in this actual direction. Okay, so how good or how bad am I in time? Okay, perfect. So for the last part of this presentation, I will now move to another question. If we want to go now even deeper, we've seen that most of the techniques tends to be used on point spread function engineering with the gold standard being the astigmatism. And we've seen this Kramer-Rao where you have this strong anisotropy because here it's the precision you could get for the lateral direction and here for the axial direction. So it not only vary within your capture range, but also you see that both the lateral direction and the axial direction vary. So you have an anisotropy, but also if you want to go in depth, you see that then the precision you would get will quickly drop because it will be difficult to preserve this introduction of aberration. So the strategies that have been developed are based on adaptive optics, for example. So the idea was, instead of using only spatial analysis of the point spread function, maybe we can introduce a temporal analysis of the point spread function. So the idea was to borrow, in fact, tricks from SIM and structure elimination, and said that because you know that if you excite with a structure excitation, then the molecule will have also a modulated excitation. So in fact, if you replace your wide field excitation by a structure one, and you move the fringes, if you observe the beads here, what you will see is you will have a modulated emission also, okay? Because we are in a regime where we don't have saturation. So it means that we can try to rely, depending on the phase of this modulated signal, extract the position. So that's why exactly if you then stop here on the various beads, and if you look at several ones, you see, for example, for this one here, you see that it starts its maximal because it's under bright fringes, and then it will decrease here. And this one that starts near dark fringes will be here, and then increase. So you see that the phase here of the modulated signal will tell you where you are within the fringes. So you can use this information of the phase to extract now the position. So you don't need to move continuously this excitation pattern. You only need to retrieve 3 to 4 positions to extract then what is the phase. So in fact, if you look a bit into the literature, this has been done, in fact, a long time ago in Paris in a group of Jack Pro, where he developed this interference setup. So here he split the laser in two arms, and he created the interference directly within the samples. The difference being is that he was only looking at a single nanoparticle. So he was looking at some scattering, and so he was able to just use a photodiode with a locking detection and do some tracking. But anyway, this idea was around here, and he was able to probe by using 5 steps with a sub-nanometric precision. So that's what inspired groups, in fact, to use this kind of technique. But then the challenge was how to change, because here they were using scattering, we're using fluorescence emission. We need to address the fact that we want to observe multiple emitters, so we can't use a photodiode anymore, and we want to do structural imaging. And then the main problem is that we need to do a locking detection, but with a camera. So it's a very active field here, in fact, so there have been now several groups. Some of them have been also inspired by MIFOBIO here, but MIFOBIO is, in our mind at least, a bit different. But Jonas will talk about it more in details, because in MIFOBIO, I think you all heard about it. In fact, you are applying different position of a structure of a donut around one given position. So you obtain an ultimate precision, but for each point. So it means that it's very good at tracking, but then if you want to do imaging, it's like a limited field of view, because you have to optimize for all points. So here, the price to pay, because you are wide field, you will apply this optimal, the very same optimal localization for all the points. So then you need to decide along which direction you will apply the structure. So here in the group, because we are more interesting about axial direction, we decided to apply the fringes, alors not directly along the Z direction like this, because it would rely then on a double objective configuration. So we decided for once to stay in a single objective configuration, where in fact if you split your laser here in 2 arms, and then you have one beam that is in the center and one that is on the side here, you will generate these tilted XZ fringes. So if you come to the workshop of Abigail, so either tomorrow or on Tuesday, you will see these fringes here. And in fact, you will then use this fringes pattern that will be displaced in this direction here to extract the phase information within the pattern here. So basically, you need then to, so you find a way. So here we create directly the fringes within the samples, but we could also borrow all the strategy that Alexandra showed to produce structure excitation. So you could use with any other device, but that are efficient, because we still need to do storm after that. And then we need to find a way to demodulate the signal. So then what the idea here is to find a way to go quicker than the camera, because cameras are really slow. So here you need to introduce a device here that will split in 4 different channels with that are synchronized with the 4 different positions of the pattern on the sample, in order to extract the demodulation. So if you look, for example, for this molecule here, you will have 4 different information depending on the 4 different positions of the pattern, and each time you see that you have these 4 samples that will allow you to extract the phase. And for example, for this one, you see that you have the 4 other different samples that will allow you also to find the phase position. So you can use any device here. So in the labs, we use, for example, apical cells to create very fast the distribution during for the demodulation. Here, for MIFOBIO, we bring a system with a galvanometric mirror, easy to transport. Then, what is the expected precision? So you see that if you compute the Kramer-Hall lower band for this technique, you expect to have a precision around 6.5 nanometers, and what is important is you expect to have a fairly flat and uniform precision, which is in a huge contrast compared, for example, to astigmatism, as we've seen before. So does that really match with the experiment? Sometimes they are surprised, but here not really. So how do you evaluate the precision? So that's another debate within the community. So here, what we've done, we really label cells with DNA paint, because DNA paint is really slow, so you can have a long on time for the molecules, and then it means that you can repeat very easily the measurements and compare the precision directly. So here you can see for the axial precision, you get this flat precision in the first 7 microns with a precision that is below 7 nanometers. And then you see that also it doesn't impact at all the lateral precision within the process. So some images to conclude, several applications. So here it's on clathrin-coated pit located at 4 microns. So we are imaging on top of the nucleus here. So this is the 3D image. So again, the color is obtained by the modlock measurement. So when we extract the phase by the demodulation, so if we do the radial cut here, you can see that we do have the clathrin that has like forming a shell on the top of the nucleus. And then you can zoom on this part here when you see the different state of the clathrin. And if you can do here a small movie here on these two, and you can see that they're really forming a roundish shape, and we do have a precision that is very close axially and laterally. Of course, we went then a bit deeper. So here we look at mitochondria, 6 micron in depth, again in this storm. And then if we zoom here, we can see that we can see the top and the bottom membrane. And if we zoom on this one, you can do then some radial analysis, and we can clearly see that we do have the same size for the top and the bottom membrane of the mitochondria. And then, of course, we did some kind of quantification that was then confirmed. We look at this size of the membrane over different parts of the samples, and you can see that they stay quite still no matter the position within the capture range. And here it's a 3D movie for this mitochondria that is observed at 6 micron in depth. So, of course, this system was designed to go even deeper into the samples, so we started to work on organoid. So here the cells are embedded on a collagen matrix, which is highly diffusing. So if you look at the diffraction limited image, you barely recognize the microtubule networks here because it's highly diffusing. And if you look at the point spread function, you see they are fairly well distorted, okay? We don't really bother because we need only to observe the variation of intensity of this point spread function. So even if they are distorted, we are still able to extract the phase information and extract the Z then information. So this is the 3D image you get then when you can see the centrosome clearly, and you see the dynamic here. So for these cells that was at 30 micron in depth. So Abigail also started to work with different objectives, silicon objectives, in order also to observe into more complex tissues. So she started to look at brain slices in collaboration with Benjamin Compense here, when we observe this different label here directly inside the brain slices. So just now to conclude, so I've shown you different strategy for 3D. This is really an area that is moving fast. Of course, it benefits of all the advances of new dyes, new optical strategy, processing, and you will see also during the workshop that is easily combined with multiple target imaging with spectral demixing. And then the way you will pick one or another of this strategy will depend on how deep you want to image, how easily the technique is accessible in your lab or in your facility. Do you need the absolute positioning? Is uniformity important? And then this lecture will be, of course, you have all the other ones from the nanoscopy talk within MIFOBIO, of course. There's also the thematic Lydia talked to you about, when you can have all this, you can be driven to discover single molecules. And of course, you have all this workshop here that I remind you when you will be able to see, for example, the double helix. You will be able to see mod lock with Abigail here. You will be able to see some spectral demixing with Christophe Leterrier, so in 3D. And I will also do one with Surabin 3D and spectral demixing. So you will have the chance to experience that. So don't hesitate to come with your sample, and we can look at them together. So I will conclude by thanking, I've shown several part of the work we've done in the lab. Of course, we started all that with Nicolas, that is present here. Also Clément, Adrien is also here, he's now in another group, but he's here. And then this is the actual group with Abigail doing a workshop. Lancelot will do a workshop also on nuclear pore with Jonas Ries. And Maximilian will do the modlog workshop with Abigail, so you recognize Guillaume from yesterday. And Surabi will do the workshop with me on spectral demixing. So this is the recent papers we've published about it. I want to thank all the co-funding, also, of course, Abelite who support us with hardware and consumable. And then I want to finish by also, as Alexandra mentioned, we have a training, a CNRS entreprise training that should happen again in June. So last time it was in March, just after a new, one of the numbers confinement. And we have the chance to have a loan of NSIM, the Steadicon, and the CEF 350. So all them and all the participants could try all the setups and compare and see the benefit of all of them. So that was really fantastic. And then I remind you also that we are organizing also some supervision group within the GDR. So if you are interested, we are doing events all along the years, and we can interact about that. And then I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Sandrine, for so wonderful presentation. Now you can ask questions.
Thank you very much for the talk. When you're imaging 30 microns inside the tissue, I was wondering what happens to the shape of the fringes. How are they distorted, and how does that affect accuracy and precision? Precision it might not affect at all, but what happens to the accuracy?
Yes, so that's a question we still wonder how to. So we see we can extract the information very easily. So what we think is that, because here, I mean, when we apply the interference, I mean the two, let's say the two wavefronts, let's see same kind of aberrations, and somehow it doesn't seem to create too much problem, but it's very difficult to find a way to observe within the sample what would be the structure. So we are still thinking of how we see that it's easy to reconstruct the sample even within complex sample, but we didn't find the proper way to, let's say, clearly see what is the structure pattern because you see it was so diffusing. So because here, I mean, we don't need, like in SIM, to have, even if the PSF are distorted, we don't care, which is not the case for SIMs, but that's something we would like to, we often ask, but we didn't have the clear protocol to see them like this, yeah.
Yeah. Here. Thank you for the very nice talk, very clear. I had a question concerning when you want to sharpen the fringes in the SIM illumination and use saturation of fluorescence. Maybe you said it, but I didn't get it. But can you envisage to use some depletion, like instead with a second pulse of illumination, which is shifted or something like this?
So here we rely on the fact it's linear, so we don't try to saturate the. We could maybe at some point, but for now, we apply a level of excitation where there is no saturation. So in fact, we just use the structure to introduce a modulation, and we don't really need to add an extra depleted beam. So maybe I don't have in mind what you think about, so we can discuss later, but for now it's really, we are in a linear regime and we don't need an extra beam to get this kind of level of resolution, in fact.
On the behalf of organizer, I will thank both his speakers, and now the break time. Yeah.
So thank you, Sandrine. We just ask if the next speaker are in the audience, so we can test your presentation just before. It will be great. Thank you very much.
Est-ce que Julia Galante est dans la salle? Si quelqu'un voit Julia Galante, est-ce qu'il peut lui demander de venir me voir? Merci.
Okay, this will be a challenge, but yeah.
So do you have a power saver during your talk?
I think it doesn't switch it on. It should be fine.
Okay.
Good.
Pardon, sorry. Hello, everyone. Just before Jonas Ries will start, I have a short announcement for you. First one is about the poster session. We told you that you can vote till tomorrow, which is still valid. And actually, on behalf of the MIFOBIO Young Scientist Network, we would like to invite the presenters of the posters to reach their posters tomorrow afternoon, meaning just after lunch, to give possibility to discuss one more time their posters. I know there are then atelier in the afternoon, just after lunch. If you have a few minutes to reach your poster and discuss with people, it would be great. Related information is that the booklet containing a summary of all the abstract of the posters is now available on MIFOBIO website, so you can read a summary of the posters you couldn't have seen here. And the last information is that you probably know already that there will be a photo contest on MIFOBIO, so you can participate on it. And if you want to know more about this, there is information on the door of this room. There is a little QR code. If you scan the QR code, you will get more information. There are also email addresses where you can send your photos. So there will be two categories, basically. There will be category for science at MIFOBIO, and the second one is La Vie au MIFOBIO, meaning the atmosphere here. Okay, and I will not perturb this session anymore. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Anna. Welcome again, and this afternoon we'll keep on with nanoscopy and with Jonas Ries, that we're very glad to welcome here. Jonas is group leader at EMBL Heidelberg, and he's developing super resolution microscopy techniques in order to visualize structure and dynamics of molecular machines, for example in cells, on a nanoscale. And today he'll be presenting a talk on super resolution microscopy for structural and cell biology.
Yeah, thank you so much. Do you hear me? Oh yeah. Also, a very big thank you to the organizers for inviting me here. This is a really wonderful meeting. I didn't really know about it before, but I hope I will be able to come back in the future. So I was very lucky that Sandrine gave this beautiful introduction to single molecule localization microscopy, because this gives me now a bit more time to talk about other, also practical projects from the lab, and to show also some results where we use super resolution microscopy to obtain some insights into biological systems. So my group at the EMBL is interested in understanding how complex molecular machines are organized in the cells. And for this, we are developing new technologies for super resolution microscopy with a focus really on the highest possible resolution. So as you know, life is based on the action and interaction of molecular machines like proteins and protein assemblies. And understanding the function of these molecular machines by looking at their structure, this is what the field of structural biology does. Now you all know about this amazing revolution in the field of electron microscopy that allows us now to solve structures of proteins even inside cells. However, to reach such a high resolution, these techniques have to average over many identical structures. Therefore, these techniques sometimes struggle still a bit when it comes to dynamic and less regular molecular machines. Also, of course, electron microscopy doesn't work in living cells, cannot directly measure dynamics. That's why we think that optical super resolution microscopy can be a nice complementary techniques to these structural techniques. Of course, we will never reach the angstrom resolution, so at the best case, the resolution is limited by the size of the labels to about 2 nanometers. But we have two advantages. The first one is molecular specificity. We know precisely what protein we put our label on, and therefore we can look at individual structures without any averaging. And also, at least in principle, we can do so in the living cell to study dynamics. So the technique that we mostly use in the lab is single molecule localization microscopy, the same as Palm or Storm. And for those of you who were not lucky enough to listen to the last lecture by Sandrine, this is how it works. So for localization microscopy, we have to use a fluorophore that we can switch between a bright state and a dark state, in which we then use to label our biological structure. Then we acquire tens of thousands of camera frames. In each of these camera frames, we switch on only a very small subset of the fluorophores, because then when they're well separated, when we really look at single fluorophores, then we can determine their precise positions. And from these positions, we can then reconstruct a super resolution image. So this image then has a resolution of about 10 times, sometimes up to 50 times better than the standard diffraction limited microscopy. Maybe two important things to remember from the last talk. The quality of such a super resolution image is determined mainly by two factors. First of all, how well can we localize a single fluorophore, and that depends on the number of photons, so you want to use very bright fluorophors. And the other is the labeling density or the labeling efficiency. Now with this much higher resolution compared to standard microscopy, we need also much higher, much denser decoration of the biological structures. And quite often it's the second point that then limits the quality in your measurements. So here you see an overview of a typical workflow of single molecule localization microscopy. It starts with a sample preparation, then we take these raw camera images, then we extract the positions of the single fluorophores, and then typically we do a post-processing step in which we for instance, perform some drift correction to get rid of residual drift that usually, unfortunately, we cannot avoid, where we merge fluorophores, single fluorophores that live over several consecutive frames into a single localization event. We might want to filter out bad localizations to only keep the best ones for our further analysis. And if we do multicolor localization microscopy, we have to assign the color. Then we can render our super resolution images. But this is not the last step of the analysis, and because finally we have to extract biological insights from these super resolution data, and this I think is a very important point which unfortunately is still sometimes overlooked. So I would say that the most critical step of the entire workflow is the first one, the sample preparation, but that's something I won't talk about today. You can also see that a lot of this workflow is really software. It's not so much the hardware, but it's data analysis. And there are many freely available software around. Thunderstorm is used by many people. Picasso is a nice software, and also we have our own software in my lab called SMAP, which really it can evaluate all the steps of the workflow from the localization, post-processing, and rendering. And importantly, we also wrote a lot of plugins to then do this biological analysis to extract information from these single molecule images. And yeah, you can get it from GitHub. Also, if you don't have MATLAB as a standalone. That was the wrong button. Now it's back. So, yeah. So today I thought I'll try to address a few questions that you might have about single molecule localization microscopy, which are related to some projects in the lab. The first one, you might ask yourself, how good is my super resolution microscopy workflow? Second one, how fast can I go? And finally, how do I extract information from localization microscopy data? Then in the end, I will briefly talk about the biological application of localization microscopy to endocytosis. And the last few minutes, I will talk about a new technology called MinFlux that I'm very excited about, because I think this could be one of the first techniques that can allow us to really directly measure dynamics of molecular machines in the living cell. But let's start about quality control, because this is something that has been quite crucially missing in the field of localization microscopy. That made it quite difficult to determine if our microscopes are still as good as they were a year ago, or if our microscopes are as good as Sandrine's microscopes. For example, here you see two publicly available data sets on the same biological structure, microtubules, and clearly they don't look at the same. And the reason for this can be manifold. It can be the microscopes, the imaging conditions, the fluorophores or labels we use, the sample preparation protocols, or even the software used for analysis. And to investigate all of these points and to optimize them, what we need is a sample that is the same every time and everywhere we look at it, and this is a standard sample. So therefore, we generated such a standard sample, and our idea was to use nuclear pores. These are these channels between the nucleoplasm and cytoplasm. Because here nature positions proteins at well-defined 3D positions in a well-defined stoichiometry. So we chose now as a target protein a protein called NAP96, which forms 2 rings in the nuclear pore. Each ring consists of 2 × 8 copies. And for NAP96, these 2 rings are in register, so that in the top view, we can nicely see the 8-fold symmetry of the pore. We then generated homozygous CRISPR cell lines, in which we labeled NAP96 with 4 commonly used labels for localization microscopy. And this is how these cell lines look like in different kinds of microscope modalities. In the diffraction-limited modalities, we can resolve individual pores, but of course, we don't see any substructure. Then with STAT microscopy, we can nicely resolve these pores as rings. These rings are also easily visible in expansion microscopy. And in localization microscopy, here in the PALM approach, using photoconvertible fluorescent protein. And here we already start seeing this 8-fold symmetry, but this 8-fold symmetry becomes especially apparent if we go to organic dyes, to the so-called STORM approach. Now we can ask questions like, can we resolve these 2 corners of the nuclear pore? Then we know we have a resolution of at least 40 nanometers. Or can we, in Z, resolve these 2 rings? Then we have a resolution of at least 50 nanometers. However, in our group, these pores were especially useful to optimize all the steps of the super resolution microscopy workflow. And the reason is that they are relatively reproducible to prepare, and they are quite robust. And that also in a single super resolution image, we can image thousands of nuclear pores at the same time. And this gives us huge statistical power and allows us to even monitor and see minor changes in the quality when we optimize our conditions. And finally, they can be used to determine the labeling efficiency of our label. That's a value that usually is quite difficult to obtain. So how do we do this? Well, if we don't have 100% labeling efficiency, then not all the nuclear pores will form complete rings, but corners start missing. So in our approach, we automatically segment many nuclear pores, and then we count the corners that are visible, and then we construct these histograms and fit a probabilistic model to these histograms, and this fit directly returns the effective labeling efficiency of our dye, that I would say with a rather high accuracy. This is quite useful because it allows us to, for example, here test our reagents. In this case, nanobodies that we made ourselves in the lab. After we made them, they were actually quite good with about 55% labeling efficiency. We also sometimes get bad nanobodies. And unfortunately, we found that even the good nanobodies went bad after 2 years in the fridge. So that's something that might be useful to test from time to time. So finally, these nuclear pores also turned out to be quite useful for a biological application, and this is to count the number of proteins in an unknown complex. So counting in localization microscopy means that we have to relate the number of localizations that we detect to the number of proteins in the complex. So these numbers are not the same, because on one hand, we might not have 100% labeling, and that leads to undercounting, but also we have a tendency to see a fluorophore not only once, but several times, so that basically all fluorophores we have can reappear, and this leads to overcounting. So there's one approach for counting that is insensitive to these 2 artifacts, that is counting with the use of a reference structure. And this is a complex with a known stoichiometry that we image and label under exactly identical conditions as the unknown protein, and then we can calculate the stoichiometry of the target complex directly from the relative number of localizations. So to test this, we used our NAP96 cell line to count the number of another nuclear pore, NAP107, which is part of the same subcomplex, should have the same stoichiometry. So we realized that these nuclear pores are actually quite well suited for such counting reference standards because they're very easy to segment. So they never overlap, so we would never mistake 2 nuclear pores as a single one, and also they have this typical shape and size. So we would never mistake some of these background localizations, this background noise, as 3 nuclear pores. So what's the result? So here each dot is the measurement of 1 cell, and you see that we hit the expected number of 32 copies spot on, and the standard deviation was actually quite good, less than a 10% error. However, this counting in this case only works if we average over many individual structures, because on the single particle level, if you look at a single nuclear pore, the stochasticity of the labeling, of the on and off switching and so on creates a much larger error, of course. So the next question that we might ask ourselves, how fast can we perform localization microscopy? Because as you might have heard before, single molecule localization microscopy is an annoyingly slow technology. It takes minutes to hours to acquire the tens of thousands of camera frames that we need to reconstruct a single super resolution image. So what can we do? How can we go faster? Now, first of all, why is this bad? This is of course bad if you want to go high throughput, if you want to compare many different conditions or capture rare events. And it is even worse if you want to do live-cell localization microscopy, because here the speed of the process that we're interested in dictates how fast we have to go. Yeah, so what can we do? So one way is to either increase the field of view, then of course we capture more data at the same time. Another approach that we implemented in my group is to automate our microscopes so that they can run around the clock in an unsupervised way, and so we put the sample, and the next morning we then get our data, and like this we can produce actually a lot of data. But this doesn't help us so much for live cell localization microscopy, because none of this really speeds up the imaging process itself. Therefore, what actually many groups also before us tried is to increase the speed by reducing the time it takes to capture a single frame. And for this we just need fast cameras and strong lasers. We now use our nuclear pores to systematically test this approach, and unfortunately we found a clear trade-off between imaging speed and image quality. So if we go very, very fast, then the localization precision goes down, and we also lose a lot of fluorophores. On the other hand, if you go very slow, and that's about at least 10 times slower than we usually go, we found that we got an even better localization precision, and also we captured many more blinking events. So you see what we did here. We wanted to go much faster, and we ended up going much slower. So that's not really a solution. But something that we learned from the study is that might be useful in practice is that it's useful to use low powers to switch off the fluorophores at the beginning of the experiment, because if you use high powers, you bleach irreversibly already a large fraction of the fluorophores before you even start measuring. So finally, we wanted to increase the speed by increasing the information content in each camera frame. And to do so, we now activate the fluorophores to higher densities. The problem, of course, is that then these fluorophores start overlapping, and the standard fitters, the single emitter fitters, they have a very hard time determining the positions of the single fluorophores. And even multi-emitter fitting algorithms are not so robust at the moment, especially if you look at three-dimensional samples where every Poinsot function has a slightly different shape. So what do we do? And we learned it before. What do we do if we don't know how to analyze our data? Of course, we use deep learning. And of course, we were not the first to use deep learning for localization microscopy. For example, this has been pioneered by Joaf Schechtman, who's here in the audience, who will talk tomorrow. But also we developed our deep learning-based approach for single molecule localization that we called DECODE, and that performed actually quite well. And this was a wonderful collaboration together with computational scientists from Tübingen, this is Arthur and Jakob, and from Janelia, and that's Srini. So our deep network, it first takes always 3 frames together, so it integrates not only over 1 frame but over 3 frames, and the reason is that many fluorophores, they live longer than 1 frame, and therefore they give additional information about the position. Then this network outputs not super resolved 3D voxelated image, but it outputs 2-dimensional maps, each of them with the same dimensions as the input image. The first map tells you the probability to detect that the fluorophore is there at the pixel. Then we have maps that tell us the position of the fluorophore with respect to the pixel center, then the intensity and background. And we also output and learn the precision with which we detect the fluorophores. It's very similar to the localization precision or Kramer-Rao bound in the standard maximum likelihood fitting. And this is very useful because we know how certain the network is about the individual localization events, and we can use this to filter out bad localizations or to take this into account in the downstream analysis. So we also know that for deep learning we need to have training data. Now it's very difficult for localization microscopy to generate this training data experimentally, because when we take these single blinking fluorophore movies, we never know precisely where they are, so we don't have the ground truth. But we are lucky that the image formation process of localization microscopy is very well understood, so we can just simulate the camera images and use this for training. For this, we position our emitters randomly, and we do this to avoid any structural bias that we might get from simulating structures. Then we have this image formation model that takes into account the fluorophore photophysics, importantly the precise experimentally derived shape of the microscope, and some camera noise. Yeah, then we get our predictions, and then we calculate the likelihood that these predictions explain the ground truth emitters. And then we train our network by maximizing this likelihood. So how well does decode work? So for this, we participated in this software challenge, which compares, it's continuously running, and it compares an unknown challenge data, the different localization algorithms. And here I plotted to you the localization error, that's the localization precision, versus the detection accuracy. And the reason is that there's always a trade-off. So if you throw away your worst localizations, you end up with much better localization error, but with a lower accuracy. So we want to end up in the end at this corner here. And indeed, if you compare the decode, these are the filled symbols, with the other algorithms here on the difficult high density data set, you see that it really performs better, especially for the 3D techniques. So this is useful because it allows us to now activate our samples to much higher density, and even to look at samples that previously we could not look at because they were blinking just too much. Because even with our best dye, the Alexa 647, if we have a too strong labeling here of the microtubule, the problem is that even without any UV laser power, too many fluorophores are in the bright state so that the point-state functions already overlap. What one typically does then is to do pre-bleaching. So one images these cells with a high laser power until most of the fluorophores are bleached, but then we end up again in this poorly decorated regime. Now with decode, we can image these cells from the beginning and indeed achieve much higher labeling densities that previously we could only achieve with DNA paint. Also, it's very useful because it speeds up the imaging process, and therefore it allows us to take live cell localization microscopy much faster. Here, for example, nuclear pore complex in the living cells in just 3 seconds with an acceptable quality, considering that we are using here a maple, the rather dim fluorophore. This has another advantage because we now can reduce the number of frames to get such an image by about a factor of 10, but we don't have to increase the excitation intensity. Therefore, our cells see much less laser light and therefore experience much less photo damage than if we had imaged them in the single molecule regime. So finally, you see here some dynamic measurements on the endoplasmic reticulum. But before I end this part here, I want to still put out a warning about phototoxicity, because as our cells kind of develop to withstand sunlight and maybe not even too well, and if you look at the laser powers here, it's really low in microscopic units, nanowatt per square micrometer. So there have been tests that showed that typical laser powers we use in imaging already lead to a loss in plating efficiency or in the happiness of the cells. My point, or my viewpoint here is that we shouldn't be scared. We should do live cell super resolution microscopy because maybe the process that we are looking at is not disturbed by phototoxicity, even if 5 minutes later the cell explodes. But, and this is important, we always have to make sure, have to take the proper controls that the high laser powers don't influence what we are looking at. This decode, we put a lot of effort here to make it usable, so to provide tutorials, examples. It's integrated in Google Colab in case you don't have a good computer for the training. So if you want, just try it out. So the next question is, how do we extract information from localization microscopy data? So we can acquire these beautiful super resolution images, and then often the question is, so what now? How can we extract information here that allows us to address our biological question, to address our hypothesis? So there are several ways of doing that. One way is to look at spatial descriptive statistics, to look in the whole image or a region of interest if there's, for instance, signs of clustering. Then, quite recently, several groups developed so-called single particle averaging, also of course single molecule localization microscopy. However, for these to work, one has to assume that all the particles are more or less identical. And there are also, of course, quite simple analysis where one looks at, for instance, here microtubule segments and fits them with a double Gaussian to then determine the width of this. So, however, I think this is not the most common use case. So, usually when we look at biological structures, we have more or less an idea of what we look at, and then what we want to do is to determine a more precise and quantitative description of what we think is there. So we developed now a framework that can do this, and we call it LogMorphFit. And our idea is to fit a parametrized model directly to the single molecule localization data. And these are the lists of coordinates together with the uncertainties. We first then calculate the likelihood that such a model explains the data. Then we maximize this likelihood, and as a result obtain the most likely parameters of this model that explain the structure. So we can also use it to compare different models and ask the question, is this nucleopore rather described by an 8-fold or a 6-fold symmetric model? Just fit it, compare the likelihoods, and then decide. So this is quite useful because it allows us to extract quite specific information from individual structures, individual particles without any averaging. Here, for example, for the nuclear pore complex, where we performed a bit more more detailed analysis on singular nuclear pores to extract, for example, the radius of these rings and the twist angle, the angle between these two rings. We now compared this to simulations where we tried to be as realistic as possible and found that in the simulation the distributions were much narrower, and this indicates that there's some biological heterogeneity in the pores, that not all of them have exactly the same angle and the same radius. So I think this, for the future, could be quite useful to start looking at something like biological heterogeneity, something that can be done with electron tomography, but is still challenging due to the need of averaging. However, if you don't know what the underlying structure is, we can use this framework for template-free averaging. So single particle averaging, very similar to what is done in electron microscopy. For this, we always look at two particles together, denote one as the reference, that's the model, the other as the target, fit them on top of each other, and from this fit we get their relative position and orientation. If you do this then iteratively for all of the particles in the data set, we can calculate these kind of averages. So if you now look at the upper and lower ring individually of these averages, you see some quite interesting features. You see that these corners are elongated, they point outwards, and this directly reflects that each of these corners of the nuclear pore is occupied by two proteins with a slightly different radius. And I should stress again that we obtained these averages without any assumptions whatsoever on the underlying geometry or even symmetry. So finally, we can use this framework to integrate many measurements into a common coordinate system. So what do I mean by this? So here we imaged our reference protein, NAP96, always together with only one additional protein. And then by aligning all the reference proteins, all these NAP96 proteins, we automatically aligned also all the other proteins to the same coordinate system and obtained these kind of average distribution maps. And I think in the future something like this could be quite useful to determine the positions of proteins in structural models that might be too flexible to be visible in electron microscopy. Also, by doing this kind of averaging, we can increase the effective labeling efficiency. For example, NAP133, we didn't have a very good antibody, so most of the pores did not have a label. Some had one label, some had two labels, but in the averages, we get this complete decoration. So now I would like to change gears a bit and move to the biology. And the system that we are very interested in the lab is cluster-mediated endocytosis. So that's the process by which cells suck up molecules from the surface in the environment. It's kind of how cells eat. So during endocytosis, more than 50 different proteins in many copies assemble at the plasma membrane and then within seconds pull in the membrane and pinch off a vesicle. But also endocytosis has been quite difficult to study because of this huge complexity, the fast dynamics, and the small size way below the resolution limit of optical microscopy. And because of this, we don't understand too well where all these proteins are during this process. So one question that at the moment is really highly discussed in the field is how the clathrin coat forms. The clathrin is the molecule that gives the name to clathrin-mediated endocytosis. It consists of these Triskaelia that in vitro form these kind of lattices. So in the literature, there are two opposing models around. The first model assumes that clathrin assembles with a constant curvature around the growing invagination, the curvature given by its preferred curvature. But this has been challenged by another model that says the clathrin first forms more or less flat on the membrane, and then it continuously increases the curvature. The one is the constant curvature model, the other is then the constant area model. And since then, really, every year, several papers are published supporting one or the other or none of these models. So we thought we could shed some light on this question by making use of the quite high 3D resolution that we have in our technique to segment the precise structure of the clathrin coat. So this is an individual endocytic site. Also, compared to electron tomography, we can have a much higher throughput because in one cell we have hundreds of endocytic events. So we then analyzed this data with LogMorphFit by fitting a spherical cap model to the data. So from this fit, we extract two important parameters. The first one is this angle theta here that tells us how far does the clathrin go around the sphere. And this is important because no matter what model we believe in, this parameter increases over time. So it's a good proxy for pseudotime, and we can then use it to sort the individual structures according to their progression along the endocytic timeline. So the second parameter is the radius of the sphere that then allows us to compare the different models and say something about them. So this is now the result. Here I plotted for you the curvature, that's the inverse of the radius, versus the angle theta, the endocytic progression. On the right hand side you see the surface area, also plotted against the progression. Now we overlay the best fit to the different models. The constant curvature model clearly does not fit. We will see a very clear correlation between the curvature and the angle. But also the constant area model is not a good fit because we see that the surface area also increases with increasing theta. That's when we teamed up with physical biologists at the University of Heidelberg, Ulrich Schwarz and Felix Frey, and they developed the so-called cooperative curvature model, a quite simple model that assumes that the area of the clathrin coat grows at its rim. That's trivial, but the assumption is that this growth is proportional to the rim length. Also, we assumed that the curvature of the clathrin coat is driven towards its preferred intrinsic curvature. So this new model now fits very well, which is quite nice. But of course, if a model fits well, it doesn't mean that it's the correct model. It's just a possible good model. And there might be other models that are fitting as well. But still, I think it gives us some interesting insights into the assembly of the endocytic coat in mammalian endocytosis. So where do we want to go from here? So now we want to kind of reconstruct the dynamics of the different proteins during endocytosis from many fixed images. So here we use then clathrin as a spatial and temporal reference that we can use to sort these images according to time and to overlay them into common coordinate system, and then to map many other proteins into this system. So what we see here is dynamin. It's a protein that assembles at the neck of endocytosis and then pinches off the vesicle. And in this dynamic reconstruction here, it's very preliminary, but you get an idea what we want to do, that we kind of want to use this to understand how dynamin travels to the neck where it performs its function. So we did not only look at endocytosis in mammalian cells, but also in yeast cells. Actually, that's something we did before, because yeast is a very of a highly used model system for endocytosis research. So it's important not only because it gives us wine and beer, but also because it's very easy to label proteins in yeast cells, even 2 or 3 proteins at the same time, something that is still quite cumbersome to do in mammalian cells. So endocytosis is highly conserved from yeast to humans, but there's one key difference, and that is that yeast cells have a cell wall and internal pressure that pushes the membrane against the cell wall. And as a result, we need a rather high force to pull in the membrane against this pressure. We know that in yeast endocytosis, it's polymerizing actin that provides this force, but we don't really understand how this happens. So to investigate this, and to in general understand how the yeast endocytic machinery is organized, we performed very simple 2D localization microscopy, and by focusing on the bottom plane of the yeast cells, we obtain top view projection of endocytic sites. The protein you see here, you see forms rings during endocytosis. So we then calculated average distributions for 23 different proteins during endocytosis, half of the proteins involved. This you see here. And I must tell you that this data here is based on a lot of data on hundreds of thousands of images of endocytic structures. And these are huge numbers considering how slow localization microscopy is. So this project only became feasible because we had automated our entire microscopy workflow, data acquisition, and also a large part of the data analysis. So it's nice to see that the different proteins form different distributions, but also that this distribution is related to their function during endocytosis. So the coat proteins form rather small patches, actin-regulating proteins form rings, and so on. However, there's still one problem with these data, and that is that we use fixed cells. Therefore, these are all averages over the entire endocytic timeline. To bring back some time, we used a so-called timing marker approach. And the timing marker is a protein that changes its abundance during endocytosis and that we imaged alongside our super resolution images, because then we can just sort these images according to the intensity of the timing marker and effectively sort them in time. So as a result, we have a now much better understanding how the yeast endocytic machinery is structurally organized, how it's assembling. I don't really have time to go into detail here, but I want to point out one discovery that we made, and that is how the force is produced and transferred onto the membrane. So for the actin to exert this force, it has to polymerize, and for actin to polymerize, new actin filaments have to be branched off old actin filaments. And for this to work, we need a so-called APTO3 protein, which needs to be activated by WASP. All very complex, but the message is we can only have actin polymerization where we have WASP. So we now have discovered that WASP forms a ring during endocytosis that is established early on. And once actin starts polymerizing, that means that new actin can be only added below the old actin. This pushes up the whole actin structure, and since it's tethered to the membrane, it just pulls in the membrane through the center of the WASP ring. So now we would really like to understand in detail how all of this comes together, how these proteins perform this function of pulling in the membrane. So ideally, we would take a 50-color super resolution image with millisecond temporal resolution and nanometer spatial resolution, but you can imagine that we are not quite there yet. So also in yeast cells, we are now trying to reconstruct the dynamics based on many snapshots taken in fixed cells. So the idea is again to take dual color super resolution images to then extract features from these images that denote the progression along the endocytic timeline and that we can use to sort these images according to time, and also to then overlay them to form these composite representations. So this is a proof of concept that shows the actin, the WASP protein, and the plasma membrane. Now this is not a real movie, I have to stress that this is a dynamic reconstruction, but it runs in real time. It would be quite difficult to get a similar spatial and temporal resolution with any current live cell super resolution technique, probably even in one color. So now we are in the process of adding more and more proteins to this dynamic reconstruction, because knowing where the proteins are and also how they change their dynamics and localization, if we perturb the system, for instance, by deletions or mutations, this can tell us a lot about the function of these proteins. So if I still have like 3 minutes, I would like to talk about MinFlux. So MinFlux is this new technique developed by the group of Stefan Hell, who already got the Nobel Prize for stat microscopy. It's technically quite closely related to single molecule localization microscopy, because also here we have to look at a single activated fluorophore. So for instance, a fluorophore that we can switch on and off, or in tracking just a single lonely fluorophore. But instead of looking at the fluorophore with a camera, we image it by scanning a donut-shaped beam around it, for instance, in this pattern. Now, from the intensity that we measure at each of these positions, and from knowing the position of the donut, we can triangulate the precise position of this of the fluorophore. And this we can do with a much higher precision than if we had looked at the fluorophore with a camera. What you see here, if you compare the localization precision for MinFlux with that for single molecule localization microscopy. So L is the size of the scan pattern here that we can make much smaller than the size of the Poinsett function. So why do we get this higher precision? Well, maybe to give you a feeling, let's imagine that we now position our donut precisely on top of our single fluorophore. Since there's no intensity at the donut center, this fluorophore will not emit any photons, we won't detect any signal. But if we were to move the donut ever so slightly, let's say by a single nanometer, we would have a tiny bit of light where the fluorophore is, and it will start emitting a few photons. Now there's a huge difference between don't seeing any photons at all and seeing a few photons. So this gives us this really high precision. Now if you look at this formula here, and I ask you, what scan range L would you choose to minimize sigma? What would be the answer? Well, clearly L equals 0. We would not scan in L. This, of course, is nonsense. The reason is that for this to work, the fluorophore has to be more or less in the center within the scan range. And at the beginning of the experiment, we really don't know where the fluorophore is. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to do the localization business. So nowadays, how people perform MinFlux is to first approximately localize the fluorophore with a large scan range. Once we know this position, we can recenter the scanning pattern, scan it again with a smaller scan range, and do this iteratively. And by doing so, increase the resolution of MinFlux even further. So we were very lucky that based on, or after collaboration with a group of Stefan Hell, the EMBL got the first prototype of a commercial MinFlux instrument in our imaging center. And in the future, it will be available for all of you if you get time on this instrument, because it's publicly available for the world. So this is now how a single nuclear pore complex looks like in our MinFlux instrument, and I think you can appreciate the high 3D resolution that we obtain there. But what I'm really very excited about concerning MinFlux is that I have high hopes for using it for dynamic measurements in the living cell. And this is data that we acquired together with a group of Stefan Hell, where we looked at a single nuclear pore in the living cell labeled with, again, this rather dim but life-cycle compatible probe. And the resolution is so much better than what we obtain with single molecule localization microscopy under similar conditions. So in the future, I hope to use MinFlux to directly see how complex protein machines evolve in the cell, how they change their conformation. For example, to directly see how the clathrin code for individual endocytic sites bends and grows, and that with nanometer spatial and sub-second temporal resolution. But MinFlux can be even 3 orders of magnitude faster in a so-called tracking mode, where the donut follows an individual fluorophore. So we tested this by looking at the kinesin motor protein that walks on microtubules, taking these 60 nanometer steps. So this is how the kinesin looks like in a standard microscope. You see this progressive motion. And this is how we can now resolve it in MinFlux, where we really can resolve the individual steps. In the future, maybe even substructures of the steps. And this you see again here where I plotted the position of the fluorophore versus the time, and you can nicely see the stepping behavior. And this is actually quite cool, because up to date, these steps could not be resolved in the living cells using fluorescence or using single fluorophores. But it will be especially exciting once we extend this from a single color to 2 colors, because then we could directly see how different parts of a protein will move with respect to each other, and that with nanometer spatial and 10 to 100 microsecond temporal resolution we hope for. And this would allow us to directly look at conformational changes of molecular machines of proteins in the living cell, kind of the dream of structural biology. So with this, I'm at the end, and I want to end by thanking all the people involved in this project. Of course, mostly my really wonderful group at the EMBL, great collaborators at the EMBL and outside, generous funding, and of course you for listening.
Thank you very much, Jonas. Are there any questions in the audience?
Thanks for a really nice talk. So regarding the last part about the MinFlux, so in the end, one of the kind of limits of the MinFlux is that you need to have really sparse density, so you cannot anymore image microtubules with it, right? I mean, like dense samples, yeah.
well, you can still use photoconvertible probes, and then the same as in single molecule localization microscopy, you can also use MINFLUX. You might have to activate them to a slightly lower density, but I think it will also work for something like microtubules. There might be also other hybrid approaches where you use transiently binding labels together with photoactivation to further increase the contrast of localizations if you needed to.
Thanks.
But maybe to this, of course, this takes time, so I don't think it's easy to look at precise microtubule dynamics in the living cell in the near future.
Yes, great talk. Something I didn't quite understand. If you align the nuclear pore with no predetermined template, how can you end up with something that is only ever at one or two places distributed around the ninth symmetrical structure? Because it would fall always on the same place, right?
Well, we have quite high labeling efficiencies, so most of the pores really don't have a single fluorophore, but quite a few. And also, I think it has to do with our optimizer, that we don't extensively search all the parameter space, so they are maybe likely to kind of lock in to the next position where this somehow fits. So it's not a global optimum that we find, but that helps us in this case. You could argue that, yes, we put in that there might be some symmetry, but we don't put in any symmetry, any known symmetry, so we don't say it's 8-fold symmetric. If there were structures that were not symmetric, I think they would still lock into the right position, because any other position would not fit very well.
Thank you for a very nice talk. I've two questions. One is about the dynamic recruitment. So it looks like in the beginning of endocytosis, the dynamic comes and leaves, and eventually they accumulate at the neck. It just...
So this, of course, is very difficult to say, because it's a reconstruction from individual structures. And that means that randomly the dynamine might be somewhere else. So we cannot say if they come and leave, or we can only say where they are on average. But what we see and what others saw before is the dynamine early on is already present at the endocytic sites and accumulates at the rim. So it seems to travel kind of on the rim towards the neck.
So I have a second quick question. So then when you do averaging, can you still count how many molecules accumulate on the structure, or you kind of lose this information eventually?
So the idea or the hope would be in the future to see in this average every single molecule. And in the nuclear pore, we kind of start seeing it. We cannot really resolve the 2 per copy, but we see these elongated parts that could tell us, at least with the prior information about how many proteins there are, could tell us. If you're just interested in your unknown complex and want to know how many copies of your protein there are, you don't have to do this averaging. I don't even think it helps. I'd rather than segment many of these structures and look at the average number of localization and compare it then to a reference structure, or to calibrate somehow else the blinking dynamics.
Yep. Yes, small question about can you just briefly explain the workflow if one wants to use the decode software, for example?
The decode software workflow.
Yeah, but so typically what you have to do in practice to calibrate and to use.
Yeah, so for the decode, you first need the point state function model. And for all 3D techniques, it's really important to know more or less precisely how the PSF looks like. Otherwise, you will get systematic errors, especially in the Z position. So in our case, we take beat stacks, and then we need to calculate from these beat stacks a model for the point state function. And we use SMAP for doing so, but you can also use other software. I think Solar 3D should also give you an estimate of the point state function. So this, you then, and then you either have your own installation of Python with decode on your computer, or you use Google Colab. But in any case, you have to then define the training parameters, and for this we usually do a pre-fit of our standard super resolution data to get an approximate idea about how bright the fluorophores are, what's the background, and so on. And with this we then train the model, and on a Google Colab it's a bit slow, it might take 4, 5, 6 hours, but on our own computer with a good graphic cards it takes 1 to 2 hours, and then we get our model. With this model we can then do the fitting, either again on Colab or at home. and get the list of coordinates out.
But for the simulations, what was the range of density do you cover? If you have to fit, so it's really broad and it will work all the time, or is?
Yeah, so that's the good thing, that everything is so stochastic. So no matter what range we simulate, we capture images that look very, very different. So because of the randomness of the brightness, of the blinking, and so on. Still, usually we use different simulations if you use photoconvertible proteins versus organic dyes, maybe even DNA paint, that we really see the maxima of this. I think this is, however, not limiting, because for us it's more limiting that the Poinsett function changes. So we usually take in new Poinsett functions once a day, once a week or so, and then anyways have to retrain.
Thanks. We still have time for one more question. Right.
So great thought, thanks. In most of the applications that you have shown to us, in particular for the clathrin-coated pits, you use MMAPL as a marker. I was wondering, do you see any special advantage as compared to, for example, the Allotag and a storm dye, which would be more bright? Do you see, why did you choose MMAPL?
So I have to clarify, we use MMAPL only if we want to do live cell measurements or for the yeast cells, because in yeast cells it's not so easy to do exogenous labeling, because most fluorophores kind of stick around, and it's possible, but if you want to be, if you want to work in yeast, if you want to go live, and most importantly, if you want to do counting, we use MMAPL, because also then if you do, let's say, CRISPR cell lines, we know that every protein has precisely one MMAPL attached to it. Where, however, if you use something like SNAP tag or antibody labeling, then this additional labeling step leads to additional variability, which might also be different between reference and target complex. So for counting, we also like to use MMAPL. If you are interested in the structure, if you use fixed cells, we use always organic dyes, Alexa 647, and other far-red dyes for the ratiometric multicolor imaging.
Thank you. Coming back to when you realigned the nuclear pores, you said that you had some variation. Could you relate that to some dysfunction or to some mutation?
So actually, that's an important point, the variability. So on one hand, I told you that we see some indication for some variability. On the other hand, when we do the averaging, we have to assume everything is the same. Compared to electron microscopy, we have a bit of an advantage that it doesn't have to be exactly the same, because we don't have to have the super high resolution to identify the protein. If it's slightly different, we get a bit broader distributions, which still give us the average distribution of the proteins in the complex. And it could also be that during the averaging, really outliers of the structures fall out. They kind of average out and don't appear in the average. So we probably get something like the most likely class during the averaging. So what are these different states? It could well be that it's different assembly intermediates. Then there has been a recent paper that the nuclear pore seems very flexible, that upon energy depletion or even upon a fixation, it might change, it does change its size. It should not affect so much the proteins we are looking at, but maybe this is also one of the reasons.
All right, thank you very much, Jonas, for this wonderful talk. Oh yeah. In order to finish this nanoscopy session for today, we'll have our next speaker, Eugene Katraka from the University of Utrecht. He's a scientist at the cell biology department there, and he's using many biophysical methods from microscopy to image analysis and modeling in order to study biological systems and their multiscale properties in time and space. And today he'll present a talk entitled quantification of filament structures in super resolution and expansion microscopy. We'll have 50 minutes. Yeah, don't worry.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. 1, 2, 3, you can hear me. Good evening, everybody. 1 second, I believe I need to reopen my presentation. I want to start, as usual, for thanking people, thanking organizers to inviting me for this conference. It's really nice to see people after 2 years of lockdown and talk to them. And it's really nice also, I realize I know a lot of people, and it's even more nice to see a lot of people whose last and first names you see in the publications, and now you finally can talk to each other. So I'm going to be talking about the filament quantification, and basically I'm going to be talking about the curve tracing and curve quantification. And this is going to be the main topic of my talk. So if you have a digital image which contains some curve, you want to quantify and extract information about this curve from this image. And historically, everything is usually moved in some small steps, and usually what you first can do is just split the image into background and foreground, right? And you just can assign each pixel which belongs or don't belong to a curve. But of course, much more complicated task is, I believe it was already repeated many times, it's like instance segmentation. So we want to extract individual curve and characterize them, like how bent they are, how many of them, and how long they are. So this would be my like holy grail of the whole lecture, and while you're still fresh, I want you to keep this in mind. Why is it important and why is it needed? And the most kind of typical application that a lot of people can relate is, for example, analysis of satellite images to find the rods, which are typical kind of curve structure. And on the left, we have the map of the place where we currently located. And if you look at the Google Maps, you actually see results of this tracing, right? So all these roads. So probably if you came here by car, you already used line tracing in your life. A little bit more exotic example is that I worked a little bit upon is the tracing of magnetic loops of solar corona. And in this case, this is of course satellite data, and you can see this really beautiful magnetic field spikes of the plasma from the sun. And then by tracing these lines, you can actually infer what's going on under the surface of the sun, how magnetic field is distributed. And of course, in physics, there are a lot of other stuff like cracks and et cetera, et cetera. But since it's like biological conference, right, I should mention that another application for the line tracing is this is the classic picture from the 60s where the people trace vessels in the eye. But this is separate, very active field, and I don't have time to name all the literature and advances that happened there, but I think this is one of the latest papers which was published recently, where they have a cleared whole brain of a mouse, and they were able to trace all the vasculature inside it. And another special area where the line tracing blooms a lot is of course, the tracing of neurons, neural connection, connectomics, and et cetera, et cetera. And this is another pretty cool example from the recent, I think, eLife paper or eLife book of around like 300 pages, where they trace half brain of the fly. But today I'm going to be talking about more, since it's also a microscopy conference, more like even more microscopy super resolution conference. I'm going to be talking about subcellular features. And there are a lot of filament-like features inside the cell. Of course, all the cytoskeleton, ER, also looks stringy DNA. But I'm going to be talking about filaments that I really like, and you will see a lot of images there. So I'm going to be talking about the microtubules. And you probably know or heard about them, right? So these are these proteins that form really dense network inside the cell, and this is your typical cell that is easy to culture, flat, and easy to image because it's really flat and you can capture it. But if you look at the microtubules live, in this movie, like they hold their kind of features summarized because they're pretty dynamic. They grow and shrink, and then they bend, and in addition to that, they serve as the tracks for molecular motors here in green, which run and transport cargo around it. So I don't know, looking at this movie, I really fell in love with this like live spaghetti movie, you know, like because it's like such a complicated story and such an alive story about it. And I started my PhD and postdoc as a pure theoretical person, where actually I was still working on microtubules and I was doing different kind of models, trying to describe their behavior. And probably you can see that this is like typical physical, how physicists see biology. I was still a naive person, right? So it's like round cell in a vacuum and then like something grows out of there. But the thing that I was missing here, so I was missing a lot of parameters. So for example, to model this kind of things from the polymer theory, you need to know like more or less bending rigidity, you need to know constant rates of adsorption, desorption. So in the end, I kind of fell from this really high throne of theory into this hell of like experiments and image analysis. When I moved to Utrecht, then we started to really analyze the behavior of microtubules. And of course, first thing that we started around 10 years ago or like 7 years ago, we started to image microtubules with single molecule localization microscopy. And this is typical, again, Salle. And this is like a starter pack, right, of people doing single molecule. You need to know how to fix microtubules because every single molecule paper has a picture of microtubules, right? And you need to know the Thomson paper. But the Thomson paper, of course, is wrong. That's you also need to know. But the other thing is that sometime later we got the STAT system, and it's a little bit easier system to get like pretty comparable quality of the microtubule images, but without the need to breathe with the smelly single molecule buffer MIA. I don't know if you experienced that ever, but it's not a really good experience. Okay, let's go back to the main topic of my talk, and this would be about the extraction of the curves. And of course, so this first part where you can separate background of background, there is a whole set of methods which can give you this algorithmically with like minimum parameters. So you have all these Sobel filter KNH detectors. For years they've been around. And one alternative, of course, is the machine learning technique. And machine learning, now we hear a lot of talks. But I'm really happy that in the lecture of Martin, he said, like, okay, we extracted all organelles with machine learning, apart from microtubules that we traced manually. So he gave, like, the perfect beginning of my lecture. The problem with extracting microtubules, in my opinion, from using convolutional network or Gaussian machine learning is that they have a lot of intersections, and in the end what you want to have, for example, as an outcome, you want to have center-like coordinates, right, directionality, line width, and then you have like, so each line has different width, it has different lengths, so then you, even if you start to think how I organize the output of my network in the end, right, so it should be variable, and that's not really, really nice. So you can kind of extract thing and then come back to normal image analysis methods. But I'm not going to be talking about this, or I'm going to be talking about really little about this, and I'm going to be talking today mostly about how we can use differential computational geometry, which is like a long term, but it's basically Hessian matrix-based tracing about this thing. And I like always to start with really simple examples. I like to, so I heard many times today, like, you don't need to look into your data, you just like train the network. I like to look into the data in a simple example and then kind of generalize it a little bit. So again, so here we have like a picture of a spot, right? And when you have the, in general, when you have an image, right, for computer, it's just like matrix of numbers. And to extract something of it, like if you ask another human, like, look, this is the line, okay, it's fine, but for computer you need to devise some kind of algorithm, right, which would be understandable in terms of like addition, what computer can do, addition, subtraction, multiplication, comparison. And some features that we really easily see by eye, it's not so easy to formalize in the algorithm. So when we have like a point, we can do like intensity profiles, and we see that it doesn't matter, it's spherical, right? We have a peak, and it's really easy to come up with the algorithm to detect the point, right? So for each pixel, we go over the image, and then we see if this intensity of this picture is higher than around, right? So this is maximum detection algorithm. Computer can do this really quickly. But if we apply the same algorithm in the detection of the line, it will not gonna work, because of course in line, in one direction you have clear pronounced maximum, and in another you don't have it, right? So along the line you don't have this thing. So the other problem is that, okay, but how do you know, how do you tell computer which direction is perpendicular to the line, right? It kind of doesn't know. So we're gonna do some derivation, we're going to do some derivative, and we're going to calculate at this point, because in general, most of the time we're interested not in the absolute intensities when we recognize some kind of images, we're mostly interested in the changes of intensities. And this is like, the thing that quantifies changes is derivative, right? So if we have like a function like that in the top, right, so this is like some Gaussian function, derivative just tells you along the x-axis, if you move along the x-axis, is function increasing or decreasing. And this is what you see. If it's increasing, the value is positive, and then when it's decreasing, the value is negative. So this is like what you have exactly at the picture. And at the peak, the function is more or less permanent, so this is would be the zero. Now this is one-dimensional function, and our image is two-dimensional. So if we want to calculate derivative of two-dimensional function, what we can do is actually for each pixel we will take line profile along the x-axis, we do derivative, and on the y-axis we also do derivative. And then we have two values. And these values we can arrange as a vector, and this vector is called gradient. Okay, this is basic math, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna explain it a little bit in details. So if we do this now on this image, I removed a little bit of noise to see it's a little bit better. For now, each pixel of the image, we will have a vector which will show us the direction where the function grows. It's pretty convenient thing to have. And for the point, of course, it's symmetric. You see, they all like show, okay, the function grows to the center. And for the line, if you look at it, you will see also something that you expect, that actually at the center of the line, you have from both sides intensity rising, and along the line is permanent. So quick side note, so this actually technique for the gradient is used in some set of single molecule localization papers, because here you just don't employ, you don't know how the point spread function looks like, and you don't care. You can just right away look at the direction of the vectors where they converge, and this is how you can localize. Also the surf technique suggested a couple of times for life is there. But now, of course, again, if you look already at this data, you can start to distinguish the line from the point. Because you can think, okay, I sit in the point, I look at all the vectors around, if all these vectors look at me, I'm in the point, right? But if if I sit at the line, if from like one side vectors look at me and other vectors look at me and parallel they not, then it's probably the line. But it's not really elegant and not really nice algorithm, because then you need to kind of keep the distribution of directionality of vector around each point and then see which this distribution corresponds to the point or to the line. So what we're going to do, we're going to keep doing derivatives, because the second derivative will tell us how the first derivative is changing. So now we actually, since we figure out that we like to look at the changes, now we want to see how changes are changing. And this is what we're going to do. So we construct the second derivative the same way we construct the first derivative, but now we, of course, do derivative of derivative. And basically what you have now is 4 numbers per pixel instead of 2, right? Because now it's x, and y. But it's actually only 3 because this derivative is symmetric. And from these 4 numbers, we can construct a matrix, which is called Hessian matrix. And this Hessian matrix on itself doesn't have like a lot of meaning, but you can do some specific mathematical procedure on it to extract some information what's inside. And this procedure is called like eigenvector or eigenvalues decomposition. So again, this is like pretty straightforward algorithm, which it has nothing to do with fitting and everything. You just like do some kind of matrix math and it's there. And it gives, in the end, 6 values. So you have 2 eigenvalues called, so these are 2 like scalars, and then you have 2 vectors. And what are these things? So if we actually look at the image, right? So image is actually a surface, kind of in the intensity space, right? So this is what you can see. And what we want to have, and this is actually done in image 8, so I really like this view. And now actually you look at different topology of the surface, right? And you want to find different features which are different on the thing. So of course we like to see image like this, but basically what Hessian does, for each pixel, it creates local approximation of the surface. And it's again, it's not a fitting, it's straightforward math calculations in a pretty limited number of iterations. And basically these scalars, they define which of these 3 surfaces fit the local surrounding of the pixel the best. And also they specify like how deep or how stretched they are in intensity space. And eigenvectors, they just show how it is rotated with respect to the pixel. So you can rotate it around the center, right? Well, actually, maybe this one would be better. I think I did it inverse. And clearly, you can already see, so from the signs of eigenvalues, you can pick one or another thing. But of course, it's the other way around. So now, for each pixel, you have these values. And then, of course, you can only pick the values which correspond to the line, which is in the middle, right? And then you can remove all the spots, you can remove all the saddles, and you will basically have the first step done. So you will have the separation of the area of the image where you have lines and when you don't have lines, and then actually the eigenvectors will give you the direction because and normal of the things in the curve. So this is basically what you have. Now you start to have the map where you have the things, and then you have a directionality, and basically you can start to trace the curve, which is pretty easy. Again, you threshold this guy and you follow the directions of the line. What I told you about is really old paper retold by me from 1998 by Carsten Stigger. He did his PhD about it. And this, with minimal actually changes, this guy's, his code was adapted for 2ImageA plugin. We did it actually, we didn't know it, we did within like 1 month of each other. So you can try and see it. And this algorithm works pretty well. As you can see on the relatively nice lines, it extracts them really well. And you can even apply him to the images. And this is again microtubules, but in vitro. The only problem with this algorithm that it doesn't really work well with the intersections. So when lines intersect each other, you see that it kind of gets confused and really does not give you what you see by eye. Why is it so? And the reason for that is that if we look closer in the intersection point, so now we have these vectors, right, and we have these directions. So the point at the center should have 2 directions. But the way we constructed our matrix, it always outputs us only 1 vector. So basically, it gives you something average between 2 preferable things. That's why at the center, the tracing algorithm confused, and it can jump into some wrong direction of the thing. And in principle, the solution for that is that you can just trace what you can and then try to resolve the intersections. And this is, a lot of papers are devoted to this thing. where people devise different complicated rules, you know, how the extension, how they need to be overlapping, and how do you resolve when the 3 microtubules or 2 segments come together, and then what you see. But in my opinion, this is a really, really complicated story and really specific for the problem and the network of the filaments that you have. If you have some picture like this, and then in real life, right, you have so many intersections that, yeah, I don't know how to resolve them, to be honest, with some set of like minimum rules. So the other solution for this problem is that you can actually, so basically now we report 1 orientation per pixel, and instead of that we can increase the dimensionality and we can report more than 1 orientation. We can report distribution of orientations per pixel. And that can be done in multiple methods, so you can do the steerable reach filters. I'm not going to talk about it, but so it's YouTube recorded, right? So you can find the ID to the link later. Or you can actually have a set of convolutional network, which is each trained on specific orientation, and then it extracts only filaments with specific orientation out of it. But since we're in France, I'm going to be talking about the how we can do this using Fourier space decomposition, which I like it a lot. And the basic idea behind that is that if you have an image with intersecting filaments, ideally, right, kind of by eye, this is like toy example, it consists of filaments of different orientations, right? And then you add them together and you have like the sum of the images of the thing. And then you can do Fourier transform of this image. And so this is basically, if you have a one-dimensional signal, you have like spectrum, and if you have two-dimensional signal, you have two-dimensional spectrum. And here what you see is this is just like the amplitude of harmonics in different angles and orientation. And what you can actually maybe notice that the cool thing about it is that the spectrum of overlapping guys is equal to the sum of the spectra of the guys in each direction, right? And this is kind of from Fourier theorem. It's like it's the way it is. It's the way it is should be. But the nice thing about it is that it seems that these orientations can be much more easily separated in Fourier space than in a real space. So basically, if we now take the top image and then we just crop the area which corresponds to the signal of another signal, then we can do inverse Fourier transform, and we will actually get only lines in one orientation. Then again, we can take the first spectrum, then crop the other part, and we will get guys in another orientation. And in this case, of course, this is like a little bit simplified example, but in general, you can chop this Fourier space in much smaller sectors and do the inverse thing. So how much orientations you need, that many orientations you will get. And that will basically generate for each image that you will have a set of images. If you add them all together, they will give you the original image, but each image will have only the lines of specific orientation with the kind of range of angles corresponding to the angular selection of the sector in Fourier space. So this is also relatively like old paper, and it resurfaces one in a while in the literature. This is one of the oldest that I know. It's called curvelets, but I decided to put it here because, yeah, people don't read papers, including me, and especially old papers. So it's nice to once in a while to see this thing. So how it's going to look like? So in this case, I'm using as a example image, I'm using a chemograph. So this is actually the time, and this is the x coordinate, and there are some vesicles moving. So now if we start to chop this space, the Fourier space, and do inverse all this thing that I described before, actually what you will have is you will have the each orientational components of the image as an image. And then you can do some tricks. You can extract, for example, only vesicles that move, like we call them forward rounds, that they move from left to the right. Or you can actually just color code each of the rounds with the orientation. So going back to the tracing microtubule network, we can do exactly the same trick where we split all the guys on the scene. And the cool thing that each of these images don't have any intersection. right? If we choose the sector narrow enough, and now we can basically just trace each image separately with the algorithm that we already discussed, and then we have a pretty not ideal, but some kind of reconstruction. So of course now we have a lot of overlap between different segments, between different annotation, but it's already, in my opinion, looks better if we just don't do the splitting in the Fourier space, and this is this example, because in my opinion, in this case, we have much less information than here, and usually from my experience, it's better to throw out in your analysis information rather than inventing new information. So if you look at a little bit more simple example, then you will see that here all this decomposition produce this overlapping lines, and the linking is much easier because you have this big overlapping segments, and then you can come up with some simple algorithm where you will, for example, link only the images from the two neighboring orientations in the angle, and then you can do it hierarchically or one over another one, and this is what I'm kind of showing here. So you add each orientation and then you like add them up together, and in the end result is, in my opinion, pretty good. So this is like one of the final assembly, and I'm pretty happy with how it works comparing to like regular methods where you have the thinning. So while we still in this Fourier space, I wanted to really quickly show you another example where you can find an application not for microtubules, but something related to microtubules. So this chemograph analysis, right? It has to do with representation of how the vesicles move, right? So chemograph is basically, right, like time over space representation of vesicle movement. And in this image, what you see is actually transporting neurons in one of the processes of the neurons in the dendrite, and you have, so this is a segment of the dendrite, and you have a lot of activity going on. And if you want to track, right, to extract the speeds, all the parameters of the thing, is pretty hard because this dendrite is pretty narrow, and then all these guys, they cross each other. And usually tracking algorithms, they really don't like when, you know, like the particles cross each other, and they like it even less if they cross each other on the same line. Because then they get confused who went where, what particle is which, and this is all like molecular, they're not separable. So what you can do from this image, you can actually now take every line of this image, every horizontal line of the image, and do a chemograph. So you actually reslice it. This is like this function. And then what you will have, there's the same data set, right? So every, I don't know if you ever thought about it, but every movie is a Z stack where instead of Z, it's time. But to be, yeah, right? So this is actually what we will have, right? So it's the same movie, but now we're looking at it like from the side, right? And then we can do this interesting story where we split vesicles moving from left to right and right to left, or they are immobile. So now we have two data sets, and then we can assemble them and rotate back, right? And that's actually pretty nice because in the end what you have is, from the original movie, you have two movies where in one movie you have only particles moving in one direction, in the other movie you have particles moving in another direction, and if you add them up, they will give you exactly the movie at the top. And even without tracking or doing anything like that, what you can do, you can just do maximum intensity projection, right? But now you can do it in two colors. So now you can really see, like, okay, where the preferable areas where the vesicles move from left to right and right to left. And then, of course, you can do the tracking localization, which is now becomes much easier, and build the roots inside the neurons. So all the things that I was talking about is, of course, about two-dimensional images. And of course, we know all that all systems are three-dimensional. And if you look at the transport of the systems, you always see that it's not like really flat. And this is even more pronounced in the like epithelial cells, which are usually extruded. They are much higher. And I really like this movie. This is the Kako cells, and you can see how the transport goes from apical to basal side. And but to move to 3D, of course, 3D is hard, right? So whoever is doing microscopy knows that XY is nice, but as soon as we start to look at Z, it's pretty bad. So I did some quick simulation. So actually, your 3D dataset quality depends on the worth of your kind of well, not localization, but the worst resolution in all the three coordinates if you have really homogeneous isotropic object in 3D. So what I did here is just, so this is Z, right? So cover slip somewhere like horizontal. And I did the cross-section of microtubules in relatively like artificial dendrite of around 1.5. It's not so thick and not so thin dendrite, and relatively little microtubules. And then you can just convolve these spots with the point spread function of confocal, and of course you don't see anything. But then you can say, okay, we have STAD, right? Yeah, so the thing is that 2D STAD is really good in XY, but it does not give you any Z improvement. 3D STAD actually gives you better Z resolution, but it sacrifices XY. But again, right? So the story of choice, of course, is the STORM, right? So this is one of the best things. But STORM being single molecule technique, it's pretty much limited to the cover slip. Of course, this is not true, but what I'm talking about, yeah, again, there was a beautiful talk of Sabine, which you can image really deep inside. But what I'm talking is, you know, like in the regular application where like some biological lab has TIRF microscope which repurposed to like, you know, like STORM imaging, that would be the case. So if you want to go a little bit deeper to really 3D story, like if you want to do the whole cell or maybe 2 cells, you cannot do this. And the alternative solution which appeared in the literature relatively recent, I think like maybe like 4 years or 5 years ago, right, is expansion microscopy. And I'm not gonna, I believe you probably heard about this, right? But this is like basically a physical expansion of the sample. And since it's isotropic, it gives you improvement in resolution. So this is like expansion microscopy, but the image with normal confocal. It gives you like, normal expansion gives you like around factor of 4. But the cool thing that this factor of 4 both is like in X, Y, and Z. But you can still see that since I'm imaging with confocal, my Z is still a little bit bad. But I would say that among all these pictures, the expansion is kind of the best of the things. So we set it up also in the lab. And then where the things started to be really nice. So then you start to see all these microtubules in all their beauty. And it turns out that even in a really like kind of regular, simple, non-interesting flat cells, you have these amazing 3D structures. You have layers at the top and all the things. And of course, then you can also look at the division where the microtubules start to form, when this network rearranges and start to form the spindle of division. It's a completely different story. And I really like expansion because, for example, if you compare it with like STAD, 2D STAD, you see that, for example, now in XY, the STAD looks really good, but as soon as you start to rotate things in 3D, so your Z immediately starts to be much, much worse. And the microtubules, they are really diverse depending on the cell type. And a lot of cell types you cannot study because they're not round, you know, they're not thin enough to be imaging with the microscope. Like, for example, blood cells, lymphocyte cells. And here, expansion microscopy really gives you a super clear and nice picture on what is going on. And I have another example, also relatively recent, where we also start to look at the primary cardiomyocytes. And somehow I would always expect that they would be like really radial or straight, but all these microtubules super bent and complicated, and it's not really clear why is it or what is going on, but probably because of the contraction of the muscle, because of cell contraction, right, of the beating heart, they constantly get bent over the things. And of course, we really like to look at neurons. And this is also something we already published some time ago. And this is the cell body of the neuron. And you can see the different axons and dendrites emanating from it, and you don't see it them all, so it's of course a relatively small field of view. But the nice thing about expansion microscopy, so it's like cheap multicolor. So whatever you image on confocal, you can image on the thing, comparing to, let's say, I don't know, like storm technique where you need to struggle a little bit. And in this case, we were able to map two different subsets of microtubules. So one so-called like stable microtubules, the other are dynamic microtubules. It's not really true, but for the purpose of the talk, I think it will do. And you see that they differently distributed on the cell. And then you can also go into the dendrites and see what is the distribution of these two modification, these two types of microtubules inside. And it turns out that these terminated microtubules, they form this outer layer around, and the acetylated, the old microtubules, they more in the center of the dendrite. And this is what I kind of tried to show here. So when you like chop the piece out of it, you see that inside it's like acetylated magenta. And this is pretty cool because dendrites, I think it comes from Latin dendrite, which is like trees. And this is pretty similar to the how the tree is organized, right? Because it has this outer new layer always growing, and then you have like the sap that in the center, which is remains since. So we published this story recently, I think like 2-3 months ago in eLife. And actually, I think yesterday I saw a really nice work here on one of the posters where they took a very similar or more, even more extended approach in mapping this modification. They used much higher expansion, and there were like more complicated map proteins. So I'm really happy how this project turned out. But also in this paper, what we tried to extract the number of microtubules by detecting and quantifying the line intensity using the same algorithm I described in the beginning without the linking. But in this case, we're actually not interested that much in resolving individual microtubules. It's enough to get the statistics on individual segments. And so then we were able to refer it to the number of microtubules inside dendrite, and we can build the dependence of microtubule number versus the diameter of the dendrite. And I really like this plot. So the the green and white are our data, and the red is the data from EM, which was quantified, I think, like 5 years ago. And I really like that. I mean, not often in biological systems you have like really clear dependence, which also surprisingly confirms other people's data. So what I wanted to say is that in the new kind of development of expansion microscopy, now you can go to much higher expansion factors, which of course dilutes your signal, but yeah, there is an expectation that these pictures of microtubules in 3D will grow over time, only we'll have more and more data set. But we don't like to give up friends, so we still really like the storm microscopy, localization microscopy, and community and people, and the whole analysis I think is pretty awesome. And a couple of wow, it's already 1 year ago, we were lucky to have our hands on the commercial lattice light sheet microscope. And one of the things that we wanted to do is we were wondering if we were able to image the single molecule with the commercial lattice light sheet. Because I don't know if you've seen the basic paper, right, where he does this amazing motor paint, and it turns out it's pretty possible, it works. Of course, you need to do a lot of filtering, like median temporal filtering. So in this case, we have like relatively decent blinking. And then if you look at, so this is lattice light sheet, right? So this is like super weird how you scan along the cell. So this is like a typical cell. And this is just the maximum intensity projection of all the frames. And this is, of course, the localization reconstruction. Again, this is like proof of principle that we acquired, I think, 2 weeks ago. And probably with the, we need to use some proper analysis, like what Jonas demonstrated, like you need to really have something complicated and more careful and precise for that. And then, of course, you can do also the 3D reconstruction. But in this system, you don't have really Z encoding of the depth at each plane. Like usually you would use astigmatism or something like that, but here there's nothing. So probably again we need to use something like SMAP or decode to localize in each plane in scene. So okay, from my point of view, this was like a really new reality in the sense that like now we start to have a lot of. So I went to measure a little bit of curvature of microtubules and ended up like doing all these expansion and three-dimensional image analysis of the things. But I'm really starting to prepare about how we will analyze this 3D data in my spare time. And this is one of the things that I like to play. So when you have all these story that I told you about the two-dimensional image, you can then expand this Hessian analysis to the three-dimensional story. And then you will have like 3 eigenvalues, but still they will define all the things and you can associate the thing. But of course now you will have much more things in three-dimensional space. So you can have surface, you can have dot, you can have line. But again, all these signs of eigenvalues will give you this thing and they will give you the direction. And this is what like kind of I tried to play with this thing. And it's in general this plugin, well, this is the code. It's not even a plugin. I don't advise you to go there because it's like empty only unless you're a programmer. So I probably finish it soon and it's going to be working. And then in principle, at this point, at least we can do some kind of like semi-automated tracing of the individual microtubules. So you can click. So it's relatively similar to, I don't know if you know simple neurite traces and T plugins, but it's a little bit more in 3D environment. And in my opinion, it's a little bit easier to track and to have a possibility to rotate things and look at everything. And I don't think that it's something that, you know, like will be done regularly because here I traced all the microtubules in this relatively small volume and it took me around like half an hour manual clicking. But hopefully at least it could be, you know, like done to do some kind of ground truth maybe for the future machine learning or other applications. And hopefully at some point when these microtubules extracted, I can go back to like, you know, quantifying what is the persistence length, what's rigidity, and doing the models. So that was the story I wanted to share with you today. And I want to thank all the people involved in that. So I'm working in the lab of Lucas and Anna in 2 labs. And we have a set of really talented PhD students and postdocs that we collaborate and still work towards tracing microtubules. All right, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Eugene, for this very beautiful talk. Are there any questions? Oh, yeah.
Hi, thanks. The Fourier filtering for to resolve the crossing microtubules, so it works well because the persistence length of the microtubules is very high, it's very long. Now, if you start to have filaments with very short persistence length, you know, it's not sure it's going to work. So do you somehow weight the probability, you know, do you have some kind of probabilistic point of view to see if they really cross, that you weight with the persistence length or something like that?
Yeah, it's a very good question. Indeed, that's a little bit of the lazy splitting. Let me just show you the slide. Indeed, it's a little bit forgiven because the persistent length, they are relatively long, so you don't care about the length of individual filaments. So you start to have these like kind of ghost images. But in the original curveless paper, what they actually do, that they don't take the whole sector, but they pick only like specific frequencies. So then you can actually put indeed the you can put limit on the length of the filaments that you analyze. So you just chop the space a little bit more carefully. Yeah. And in principle, if you think about, so the same you can do with steerable filters, but actually if you think about the steerable filters, it's just also Fourier filtering. It's just like you take the Fourier transform of steerable filter and multiply by, in Fourier space you add them. So it's all kind of the same in the end. I don't know if it makes sense, but yeah.
One more question. Is it okay? Because everyone's tired. All right. I guess we're done for tonight. Thanks again, Eugene.
J'ai encore une toute petite annonce à vous faire par rapport à la question que je vous ai posée pour les plateaux repas. Il y a eu d'autres, enfin vous avez compris, les repas emballés là, j'ai oublié le nom, les paniers repas, voilà. J'ai eu plusieurs questions sur les heures auxquelles ça pouvait être disponible. Donc en fait, vendredi matin, ce sera possible d'avoir ça à partir de 7 heures. Donc voilà, pour ceux qui voulaient ça. Et par contre, il n'y a aucune possibilité de modifier le contenu. Donc pour tous ceux qui ont des problèmes de régime particulier, on ne peut rien faire. Donc il n'y aura pas de plateau végétarien ou de choses comme ça. Tout est absolument figé. Donc en fonction de ça, vous pouvez me répondre si vous en voulez ou si vous n'en voulez pas. Merci.